Judging our national Southdown show today is Kelly Bruns of North Platte, Nebraska. He is the Associate Director, West Central Research and Extension Center for the University of Nebraska. His family raises Southdowns, and he's a past judging coach at South Dakota State University. Let's welcome Kelly Bruns to your national Southdown show. For our Dorper White Dorper show today, another national regional Dorper White Dorper show, our judge is Wesley Glass of Sterling City, Texas. Wesley is a full-time rancher, and he grew up on a commercial cattle and sheep ranch in West Texas where they ran 1,500 Rambouillet ewes. He is also the owner of Wildcat Ranch White Dorpers, a flock of 100 purebred and full-blood ewes. Wesley graduated from Texas Tech University in '96 with an Ag Econ degree and a minor in Spanish. He was on the Texas Tech livestock judging team in '95 and then spent some time overseas in Australia working on various sheep ranches. He and his wife Ashley have 2 children, Peyton and Carter. Let's welcome Wesley Glass to your National Dorper White Dorper show.
to North America. Certainly like to thank the North American for the opportunity to come and evaluate this show today, as well as board of directors of the American Southdown Association. I think a nice set of yearling rams here, and I think as you evaluate them, you can make some opinions relative to where you want to go with your programs. And as I evaluate them, I see just a pretty fault-free individual in the buck that I lead off with as you evaluate him from the ground up. He's nice in his foot dimension. He comes up nice and clean about his cannon into his knee. I particularly like him against the next two rams behind him as you evaluate him in the angulation of his shoulder. I think the real strength in the ram is as you get your hands on him, he is the longest hind saddled and loin sheep in here. And then really when you stand behind him and evaluate him out of his hip and through his pin setting, he's a sheep that has the most natural width and dimension in there. You get him on the move, you appreciate him from that, especially as he strides out of his front end compared to the sheep that is in second. The ram in second is a powerful headed sheep, and you can see the width and dimension right through the center of his body. I don't think his width right through the center of him matches up quite as well as you get right on top of him as you compare him to the class winner, a sheep that as I evaluate him through the point of his shoulder down to his knee, I'd like to bring him in and just make him a little smoother in that regard and just a little more fluid in his movement as he comes off his front end. I think that's why it's close in the decision between second and third, because I like a little bit more of the blade in the sheep that is in third, and as he comes down to the point of his shoulder and down to his knee, I think he does so more correctly. He's a sheep that just doesn't come at you with as much dimension and muscle down his top, or as you get behind him, as you evaluate him, the natural width you see in the sheep that's ahead of him. But three excellent bucks. A powerfully muscled sheep that comes up that's in fourth, one that you really have to appreciate for his shape and expression of muscle that he has down his top. I think one that as you project him into some programs that can use a little more muscle and a moderation of frame, this sheep will do that quite well, because he is also a fault-free individual, not nearly the length of loin that we see and the true length that we see in some of the sheep ahead of him. You have to appreciate the lamb that rounds off this five for his overall length. He's one that, as I've talked a little bit about shoulder, I'd like to see him come better in his neck-shoulder junction. He gives up the most dimension across his loin, and as you study him across his rack from a muscle standpoint, as the rest of the sheep that are in here. Congratulations.
Back over here on the Dorper side of the ring, I want to start out by saying that it's a pleasure for me to be here and sort through your livestock today. Sorting sheep is something I do for a passion nearly every day at home. It's my therapy. It's something that I'm very relaxed and comfortable doing. And when I sort your sheep today, I want to come across as just a rancher looking for practical, functional sheep. And let's discuss these sheep as if we were in the pens back home in West Texas. I also want to say right off the bat that I do support the South African breed standards. I think that that's a great guideline for us to go by. I think there's enough flexibility, though, in that breed standards for an individual judge to put his, to weigh his criteria kind of the way he wants to. With that said, let's start off with the nice top pair of rams that I think are both heavy structured, great on their feet and legs. They both carry themselves so well. I think when we get these bucks on the move, they are very competitive with each other in terms of their skeletal design and in terms of their soundness. To me, the difference lies in a few things. I like the front end, the extension that the buck in first place shows up through his front 1/3. I think he's a ram that's a bit more expressively muscled back there through his stifle. A buck that's big testicled, has a lot of masculinity about him. Congratulations on winning this class. Now the ram in second does take your breath away when you talk about his depth of body, his total base width. He's really pulled apart there in his chest floor, and he's a ram that is surprisingly sound when you get him on the move. I guess when I look through all of that condition that he's carrying today, I don't quite see the degree of muscle expression that the class winner has. I'd like to see him just a little more extended through his hind saddle and also up there through his front end. But a nice pair of bucks to start the day off with. The ram in third, a ram that I appreciate his masculinity, a real up-fronted, masculine-headed buck, very large testicled ram as well, and really heavy structured. He just disappoints me just a bit in terms of his top shape. Ram that I'd like to see have more shape and expression back there through his stifle. The buck in third and fourth is a nice balanced ram. In this particular class, he's certainly outhorsed when you talk about his rib shape, his depth of body, and his overall performance. But a good class to start today, and thank you.
Placing on the class of yearling rams for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry number 2, Bowman 1447 Bow, Carson Cannettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Second to entry 4, Eclipse, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to 9, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to entry 8, Nicholas Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. And 5 to entry 7, Scramlin Southdowns, Holly, Michigan. Placing on the class of Dorper yearling rams, first place goes to entry 3, Lone Star 1415, Remus, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. Second to entry 2, Riverwood 6040, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to entry 5, Averill Gillespie Larrick, Weston, Massachusetts. 4 to entry 4, Abby Salela, Terrell, Texas. 5 to entry 7, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 6 to entry 6, Averill Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. And 7 to entry 1, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
Here we get into our fall rams, and I think as you evaluate and you study them, and as Wesley mentioned, as he started and led off on those yearling rams, you have to think about a lot about practicality, and and I think as you take this breed further, you have to keep that in mind all the time. Here's a buck that really standing still is one that's extremely powerful, and you have to appreciate them things about him. But where I get a little concerned about him is as you watch him go out, you can see he's just a little high in the mid-center of his back. I think even as you watch him and you stand there and you evaluate him from hock to ground and how he sits on his pasterns, you certainly would like to just see him be a little smoother in how he lays in there. My concern as we get him here and we bring him into the summer months, how he really handles that and how he goes. But a buck, and I think this is a very close pair because I like the fluidity, I like the movement, I like this buck in second from knee to ground, from hock to ground, and how he sets up on his pasterns. But a sheep that just maybe doesn't come quite as good out of his shoulders. You evaluate him right through the center of his chest and back behind, not just the true width as a sheep that starts the class, but two nice bucks that just have a little more mass than the ram that ends up in third, who you have to appreciate his overall length and extension. I'd like to just see him come a notch better out of his hock, particularly in his pin set, just give him a notch more muscle as he goes. But three nice fall rams.
Placing on the Southdown Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 10, Icon, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to entry number 12, Forsey R. 14358, Nicholas Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. Third to entry 11, Mackenzie K. Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
I think for a senior champion, as I described these sheep and noted some differences that I would like to take care of in the falls, that really keeps you tied here to these two yearlings. And even though the ram that is going to be your senior champion may not be as heavy structured as some people would like to see at this point in time, I think you really have to evaluate him for his proportionality, the bone that he does have, not over in abundance. I think it's adequate with him. I think his strength is really when you get your hands on him. He will use both these yearlings for your senior champion. Congratulations.
Senior champion ram for the Southdowns goes to entry number 2, the first place yearling ram, Bowman 1447, Bo, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. The reserve goes to the second place yearling, entry number 4, Eclipse, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Now ready for January Ram Lambs. Southdown January Ram Lambs, please.
On the Dorper side of the ring, we are evaluating our fall rams. We're starting a class this time with a really big-footed, heavy-structured, rangy type of buck here, one with a high degree of masculinity and performance. He's big-testicled. You get this buck out on the move, he can really scoot around the ring, and he wins this class quite handily. I really appreciate his profile from the side. He's really nice in his lines, sticks those feet out on the corners, and from a skeletal aspect, I think this buck's pretty correct. If I had to change him at all, I wouldn't mind powering him up just a bit, adding a bit more shape to him. Now the buck in second, one that also shows us a lot of masculinity, especially about that head. He's really too extreme as far as just the character about his head for me to be ideal. He's a ram that's got a lot of depth of body, a lot of rib shape in this buck. I'd like to take I'm a supporter of a dense hide on these sheep, but I would say he's a little too extreme with the amount of wrinkles that he's carrying. But that's just a cosmetic aspect of this ram. There is a lot of good in him. I do think, though, you question the longevity up there through his front end in this buck, but it's a trade-off because the buck in third doesn't set those rear wheels quite right for me either. The little ram in third definitely has some good traits about him. He's a well-balanced buck, but in this class he's really overpowered. Like to see some more spring of ribs, some more shape to this ram. Let's give these guys a hand. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 10. Placing on the Fall Ram Lambs for the Dorper show, first place goes to entry 10, Riverwood 6235, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second to entry 14, Dry Creek Dorpers 0538, Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. Third to entry 13, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 4 to entry 9, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. 5 to entry 12, Lobdell, Oxfords, and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to entry 11, Abby Salela, Terrell, Texas. And 7 to entry 8, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
I think really to evaluate these two sheep on the top end, you really have to get on and handle them. I think as you evaluate him, you can see probably a little more up-fronted sheep in the sheep I start with. He comes just a little higher in his neck shoulder junction, a sheep that just gets out and travels quite well. His true advantage really is as you get handling him down his top, the amount of length of loin that that sheep has in him surpasses the class, and I appreciate that about him greatly. I think the sheep that is in second is a powerfully constructed sheep. I like him a lot for his portionality. I like his head. I like the power that he has all the way through, especially as you study the muscle in his forearm, the muscle down his top, his center width, and as you watch him go away. The problem becomes when you get your hands on him, he's just notably shorter loin than I'd like to see him be. I'd like to just see him longer. If he was longer in that area, I think he'd certainly maybe get by the buck that starts, but two excellent sheep. I think very close between third and fourth. I like just how the sheep that's in third moves and travels just a notch better, particularly as he handles himself down his top. He's a little cleaner through his chest floor also as you evaluate him. He gives up some total pounds in performance that I like in this lamb that's in fourth, and that's a struggle. As you watch the lamb come out in the fourth, he just gets a little higher in his loin. I'd like to correct him a little bit through his chest floor, but a sheep that you really have to appreciate for his length and performance. Likewise, the lamb that is in fifth, one that also equally has that extra added length, but one I think when you get him on the move and you study him from the point of his shoulder down to his knee, and then as you watch him travel off his hock and pastern, not quite as coordinated and true in his movement as the sheep that are ahead of him.
Here in our winter ram lamb Dorper class, there's a ram that comes to the top quite easily for me in this lineup. He's one that when we go back to the basics about skeletal design and practicality and functionality, this ram pretty much runs away with it. He's just really correct on the move. The lady on the halter there, she sets him up quite nicely, and you can just see how strong-topped he is, how level he is out his pin set. He's a big-footed, heavy-structured buck that's really correct, and I can appreciate all those things about him. After that, it gets a little closer between second and third. Two rams for me that both of them I'd like to see a little bit more shape. Rams that just don't balance quite right for me. But the separation comes on a couple of things for me. First of all, it's just that bigger foot size that this ram possesses, really heavier structured buck. He's also a ram that when you get him on the move, he holds himself together quite a bit better. Now the ram in third is definitely a little bit thicker when you're talking about degree of muscling. Just get this ram on the move and he gets really piecey. He gets off in his hip, breaks in his top, and a ram that I'd like to see to be more masculine. The ram in fourth probably possesses as much expression of muscle as anything in here. He is also the smallest testicled and the frailest made lamb in this lineup. Thank you.
Now ready for spring ram lambs for the Dorpers, spring ram lambs. Placing on the Southdown class of January ram lambs, first place went to entry 29, McCullough, 1505, Carson Connettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Second place to entry 23, Stoneworks, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to entry 24, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 18, Prairie Land Farms, Alexandria, South Dakota. 5 to 27, John Jones, Rio, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry 22, Coon Family Southdowns, Manila, Indiana. 7 to 20, Tate Ticeland, Goshen, Ohio. And 8 to 17, Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Placing on the Dorper Winter Ram Lambs, first to entry 18, Willow Creek 18, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. Second place to entry 15, Riverwood 6290, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to entry 16, Riverwood Farms. And 4 to entry 17, S. Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas.
an interesting class of spring ram lambs. There's quite a few differences in here, and I'm gladly going to walk you all through what I've done and why I've done this. When these sheep entered the ring, right off the bat, I noticed this little buck, and I thought there's no way he can win in here. He's just going to be too out-horsed. He's too green. He's too hard today. Carries the least amount of condition as any of them. The little buck lamb is out of a yearling ewe. And to be quite honest, he's the best balanced. He's the soundest ram in here. A buck that's really correct on his feet and legs. He's going to end up having a lot of bone. He's got a lot of muscle expression. A buck that I'm very pleased with when you get him off on the move. He's very well developed reproductively speaking. I think down the road this little guy has a lot of longevity, and considering the fact that this is a ram lamb class and he is out of a yearling ewe, his size and his weight is something that I can be forgiving, and I see him as being a really nice prospect. The buck in second, easily the heaviest structured ram in here. Another ram with a lot of performance and extension up there through his front end and out his hind saddle. He's got great big feet on him, a ram that's also sound when you get him on the move. But I think there's some subtle flaws in his skeletal design. He's a little bit in his knees up front. You get away from this buck and you study him from the profile. He dips in his top just a little bit. He's off in his pin set just a hair. And so those factors really separated this top pair for me, and I think it's close. After that, we get into some bucks that have some parts to him that I like. When the young lady sets the ram in third up, especially from a rear view, this ram really sticks his back legs out on the corners. He's got a great hip design. He's really wide in his pin set, really square-ended, a buck with a lot of shape. When you set this ram up, he looks like $1 million. When you put him on the move, his front end drops. He really runs downhill, breaks in his top quite a bit when you get this ram walking. The ram in fourth, a really high-performing, growthy ram, a buck that I'd like to clean up quite a bit in terms of balance. He breaks in his top just a bit. There's a ram that I'd like to see to be more masculine and have some more shape when you get behind him. But an interesting and fun class to sort. Thank y'all for bringing these rams to the ring.
Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Dorper Ram. Placing on the spring ram lamb class, first place went to entry 23, Willow Creek 019, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. Second place to 22, AXM Ranch 1089, Hannah Salela, Terrell, Texas. Third to entry 20, Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. 4 to 24, Circle H Livestock, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. And 5 to 21, Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois.
Little differences in body type in this class of your Februaries, and a sheep that comes in is maybe just not a complete today as I would like to see him, but when you really study him and you start to thinking about maybe his parts and what he has to offer. He is a little raw design sheep. He is a little fuller today than I'd like to see him shown. But when you really start to evaluate him for his mass, foot size, and you get your hands on him, the shape that he has down his top, the length of loin that he has, he just far surpasses the other sheep in the class. He's a little later maturing maybe than I would like to see, and I know that maybe isn't the ideal thing to say about a February buck lamb that's grown extremely well. You have to appreciate that. I'd just like to maybe just see him come just a little more mature in his look right today, but I think he has the pieces and the pieces to put him together to match him up when we get to see him here 3-4 months down the road. It is that mass and muscle that he has down his top that just is better than the sheep that is in second. I like the design of the lamb that's in second, and really as you evaluate second and third, you can see a sheep that just gets out and strides, and he's cleaner about his chest floor. He handles with more length. I like his angulation to his shoulder, his shape just out of his hip compared to the sheep that ends up in third. A sheep in third is one that's really pretty fault-free, but with that you get a sheep that's maybe just a little plainer about his head, plainer about his shoulder. If you just took him from his forerib back, a sheep that you like a lot from his standpoint of his rib shape and design, I just like to make him look with a little more cleanness up through his front and clean him up a little bit about his head. I think the sheep that is in fourth is the one that really becomes the toughest for me to evaluate. A sheep that when he gets out on the move handles his shoulder better than he does when he's on the profile. I'd like to give him just a tick more angulation there, and as you evaluate him from knee to ground, you'd like to just straighten him up in that area. But a sheep, much like the class winner, is a sheep that has a tremendous amount of performance, a lot of extra added growth to him. If I could just get him a little better about his shoulder, I think I could move him up a notch or two. He is a sheep that just handles with certainly more length than the dimension, and certainly spans more width really about his loin than the sheep that ends up here in fifth, that gets a little bolder and lower about his shoulder and a little deeper through his chest floor.
Placings to the February class of Southdown Rams. First place goes to entry 42, Forsey R 15140, Beckmeyer Brothers, Atwood, Illinois. Second to 41, 5057, Oldenburg, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to entry 31, Preston and Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to entry 43, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry 34, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 6 to entry number 36, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 7 to entry number 33, Kaylin Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 8 to 39, Troy Longenecker of Annville, Pennsylvania. 9 to 35, Corey Hayes, Chittenango, New York. And 10 to entry number 38, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
It's certainly been my pleasure and to get to sort through your Dorper bucks today. It takes me back to a time when I entered a show once in Duncan, and I walked in with a white Dorper ram of mine, and Teens Botha was judging that show, and he excused me and my ram from the ring and sent me to the rail, and he came over and he said, "What's your name, young man?" And I said, "Wesley Glass." And he said, "Well, Mr. Glass, you can't be putting rams that are not skeletally designed correctly out there for the public." And I walked away with a lot of respect for that man that day, and I walked away with a lesson that was never been forgotten, and that's the skeletal design in these bucks has got to be of the utmost importance. Obviously, fertility is the hovering thing over that, but I'm pleased with this lineup of sheep from a design perspective. Their bone work is correct, they're all sound, and I like these bucks quite a bit. With that said, I think there's a couple in here that get pretty close. One of them for me is my favorite. He just combines that power, that correctness, that heaviness of structure in the fashion that I like, and I'll go name him our champion Dorper today.
Champion Dorper Ram goes to entry number 3, the first place yearling ram, Lone Star 1415 Remus, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts.
Reserve gets a little bit tougher for me. I think there's 4 rams up here that are quite close, to be honest with you. I would like to compliment our exhibitors today on how you've handled, how you've shown your bucks. My personal preference as a judge is that we do not brace and drive our exhibits in breeding sheep, and I want to thank you guys for just your outstanding showmanship today in the Dorper Ram class. You've done an outstanding job. There's one ram to me, though, that really has a tremendous amount of power and depth of body, and this buck is also sound, quite surprisingly, when you get him on the move. He'll be the reserve.
Reserve champion ram for the Dorpers is entry number 2, the second place yearling ram, Riverwood 6040, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Now ready for Dorper yearling ewes. Dorper yearling ewes to the ring, please.
I think as you evaluate the lambs, you'll find some things that you maybe appreciate, like to take home with you, like those pieces. For me, I think I'm just trying to find a sheep that, as I mentioned in the previous classes, is pretty complete, is pretty pulp-free, and as you start and you really evaluate these rams from the ground up, you start to see some subtle differences in them, particularly about their posture and their knee and how they tie into their shoulder. I think the sheep that really comes together quite well from that standpoint is the ram that I start with. Now, if I could correct him just a notch, you can see him there, and he's certainly more than up-fronted enough and certainly level in his design. Maybe on the move he just gets to running downhill a little bit, and that's a little bit of my concern with him. But boy, as you get him there and you study him about the angulation of his shoulder and where he comes out in his neck-shoulder junction, the length that he has, he's really good. And I think as you get on top of him is where he beats the second two. And if you question me in this, you need to get above this sheep, handle him above his rack, study him in the shape of his forerib, and then you'll understand why I placed these three sheep the way I did, because that's where he excels in this class, rack shape dimension, and certainly that shape through his forerib and how he carries his length out. I think it's closer for me in the decision between the second and third rams. The second ram, as you can see, just a little plainer in his makeup and design, but a sheep that equally comes, I think, better as he comes in his forerib out of his spine than the ram that's in third. The ram that is third is a ram that profiles quite well. He's a big, growthy type of sheep, but when you put him on the move, you can see that with that extra added growth, you got a skeleton that doesn't fit together quite as well. Some of that is a little bit as you evaluate him through his forerib and you put your hand right behind the point of his shoulder and in through his forerib, and you study the shape of his forerib and how it comes out of his spine. That's my concern with him, and that's why he's third. The ram that is in fourth is one that gets a little narrow and in his knee. I'd like to see him better as he comes down out of his blade and through his knee. And the ram that's in fifth is just a little smaller and earlier maturing, a nice pattern type of sheep.
Now ready for pair of ram lambs, Southdown pair ram lambs, and then we'll do junior champion followed by grand champion. Southdown pair of ram lambs are next. Placing on the March and later born spring ram lambs for the Southdowns. First place to entry 57, KDK 1521. KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 61, 5147, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to entry 52, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to 53, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 5 to 48, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 6 to 56, John Murphy and Home Again Farms, Dayton, Ohio. 7 to entry 55, Sidney Donor, Wilshire, Ohio. 8 to entry 60, Kalen Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 9 to entry 49, John David Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
Quite an impressive ewe to me to start our Dorper ewe show today here at the North American. A ewe that I really appreciate for a lot of things. In fact, it's hard for me to look at the other sheep when I see a female like this come into the ring. There's so many different things you can talk good about this ewe from several different angles. I guess for me, I just want to start out by saying she's so well balanced and so skeletally functional, and she just really makes her way to the top. But it's those dynamic features about her that to me really set her apart as being a special ewe. So feminine up there through her front end, a gorgeous Dorper head on this ewe. She's extremely smooth there where her neck ties into her shoulder. Her top line is as near flawless as you could get. She's a ewe that's got quite a bit of shape, a ewe that the rancher in me really loves because I see that udder development happening. I'm going to guess she's at least 3 months bred, maybe 4, and that really appeals to me from a practical standpoint as a rancher. Just a great ewe. I can't talk enough good about her. Congratulations. Thank y'all for bringing her today. Now the ewe in second really is a ewe that follows my class winner the most out of the rest of these ewes. She is equally as powerfully made, a lot of depth of body, a lot of rib shape in this ewe. She too has a maternal feminine head to her. She's a ewe that's a bit heavier structured, bigger footed than our class winner, and I appreciate that. She is carrying just a bit more condition than I'd like today, but considering that we need to get this ewe bred, I think she's at about the right stage for that. After that, we get to some differences in type and kind. The ewe in third is one that I appreciate her from a standpoint of being correct on her feet and legs. I like that heavy bone and heavy foot size that she got. She's definitely got some depth of body and some rib shape to her. She's a ewe that needs more femininity. She needs to be stretched out more, and there you have the ewe in fourth, one that's just dynamic in terms of femininity and performance and upfrontedness. She's just not quite my style of sheep. I'd like to drop her down in her flank quite a bit, add some bone size to her, and pull her apart to match that skeletal size that she has. The ewe that rounds out this top 5, a really complete made ewe, one that really disappoints me though when you get her on the move. She drops that front end down, she roaches up in her top, and so when you put her on the move, that kind of knocked her out of the lineup. But congratulations, a really great ewe to start this class.
Placing on the class of Dorper yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 37, Lone Star 1463, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. Second to entry number 31, Riverwood 6111, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to 29, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. 4 to entry 34, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. 5 to 28, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. 6 to entry 35, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 7 to 26, Lobdell, Oxfords, and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 8 to 27, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. 9 to 32, Abby Salela, Terrell, Texas. And 10 to entry 36, Sandra Klum, Herod, Ohio.
I think on the Southdowns for your junior champion, the January's a nice set of sheep. That is, you get them paired up and you see them out here, you certainly can appreciate them. And I really like the extra added length and dimension that you see in the January we use. Maybe not as big in his bone work as we see in some of the other sheep that are out here, certainly the February that's behind him. But I think the sheep that's very portionate and in his kind, and you have to appreciate that about him. The February sets down on a big foot, and we talked about him just being a little later in his maturity pattern. As you get him out here, you have to appreciate some of the fundamental things that he brings here. I think a sheep that as we get him 2-3 months down the road, as he comes into his pattern a little better, you'll certainly appreciate him. I like the width and dimension of muscle shape that he has down his top, and yet he gets that in a pattern and puts together quite well. A very nice designed March lamb here that you have to appreciate, and the longer the sheep's out here, you can see how correct he is and nice and in his design. He's a sheep that sits down quite well from knee to ground. He's one of the sheep that probably handles his hip and hock as good as any of them out here. Now, he doesn't come at you with just as much muscle shape right through the center and lower part of his leg, but then remember, he gives up some months of age, and he is a March lamb. I think what's impressive about the March lamb, as you study him down his top, he's probably a sheep that has his most rack shape and true muscle shape, loin right down his top, as many of the sheep that we've seen today. So a nice lamb that you certainly have to appreciate. I'm going to use the January followed by the March. Congratulations.
Junior champion ram for the Southdowns goes to entry number 29, the first place January ram lamb, McCullough, 1505, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. The reserve junior champion, first place in the March and later class, entry 57, KDK 1521, KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion. placing on the Dorper class of pair yearling ewes. First place to Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. Second place to Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. And 4 to Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
Very nice ram show, and I compliment the exhibitors on what they brought forth, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to do these. And I think as you have to decide and make the decision here between these 4 rams, you have to really put a lot of thought into how one looked maybe as a lamb or how one will look as a yearling. But I think as you evaluate these two, what comes out is some fundamental aspects that place these classes for me. As you study them from the ground up, you have to appreciate the sheep. They are sheep that have some natural width about them. They're opened up down low, and yet they carry that width up high. And particularly as you get your hands on these 2 division winners, they are certainly sheep that have more spring of rib that comes out of their spine, and on that sets just a lot more shape and expression of rack, and it comes out to a wider loin, and you have to appreciate the depth of loin that they have. I think as you evaluate the 2 rams, the movement in them is quite good. I like the senior ram from a standpoint of how he comes just really good down his top and out of his hip. And if you appreciate the lamb from a standpoint of the width and dimension that he has, I think a sheep that has a tremendous amount of muscle today just comes at you and hits you very nicely for how clean he is and how well he proportions up here and balances. So 2 excellent lambs. I'm going to use your senior champion for your champion overall ram, and then follow with the ram lambs. Congratulations.
For the Southdown show, our national grand champion ram goes to entry number 2. Our senior champion ram, first in the yearling ram class, Bowman 1447, Bow, Carson Cannettle, Greenfield, Illinois. The reserve went to our junior champion, entry number 29. Out of the January ram class, McCullough 1505, Carson Cannettle, Greenfield, Illinois. We're now ready for early yearling ewes. Southdown early yearling ewes, those animals born prior to and including January 31. Again, we need to bring in the ring best breed character ram for the Southdowns. Best breed character ram for the Southdowns into the ring now, please. Best breed character ram for the Southdowns goes to entry number 43, Northern Star Livestock Service 15123, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready to bring that first class of yearling ewes, those animals born prior to and including January 31, into the ring, please. In the National Southdown show today, several special awards are given. The W.L. Henning Cup, a traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in recognition of 50 years of service to the American Southdown Breeders Association as its secretary, is presented to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Southdown Ram. The Henry Basuden Trophy, another traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in recognition for service to the American Southdown Breeders Association as a director, breeder, and leader in the sheep industry, presented to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Southdown Ewe. The Harold E. Judy Trophy, a traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in honor of the late Harold E. Judy, an outstanding Southdown breeder, director, and officer of the association, is presented to the exhibitor of the best pair of ram lambs. The English Southdown Sheep Society Trophy, a traveling trophy and permanent plaque, is awarded to the exhibitor of the best Southdown flock. The Duran and Donella Howard Trophy, a traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in recognition for service to the association as a director, breeder, and leader in the industry, presented to the premier exhibitor of the show. The Ron Weddle Trophy, a traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in recognition for service to the association as a director, officer, and breeder, presented to the exhibitor of the first place pair of yearling ewes. The Florence Strauss Trophy, another permanent plaque and traveling trophy given in recognition of 25 years of service to the association as its secretary, presented to the exhibitor of the best breed character ewe. And the Gary Jennings Trophy, a traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in recognition of 25 years of service to the association as its secretary, presented to the exhibitor of the best breed character ram.
This has been the toughest class for me to sort through today, but certainly one of the most interesting ones to come down the line here. I think there's a lot of differences in these top 5 sheep. When this ewe that won this class walked into the ring, I was just quite struck by how cool-fronted she is from her shoulder up there through her neck and through her head, and then you get behind her and she's so powerfully made back behind. She's got a tremendous hip structure in this ewe. She really sticks her feet out on the corners the way I like them. She's really good-footed. She's got big, thick hooves on her. She sticks her legs out on the corners, like I said, and when you get her on the move, she is impressive on the walk. And to carry that much shape and expression is a bit of a concern for me and my females, but she does it quite nicely. With that said, she's also bred, and so that really eases my mind about her, and she wins this class quite handily. The ewe in second worked her way through the top just because every time I'd turn around, Eric would have her stuck perfect. She is so nice when they set her up, so well designed on the profile, just an extremely elegant ewe. She's going to have such a great future there at Riverwood. Very up-fronted. She's got a lot of bone, great on her skeletal design and her feet and legs. She's dead level topped. They have a little bit of trouble when they try to walk her. She wants to drop her head and fight the halter quite a bit. But boy, when you set her up, she sure is nice. Now the ewe in third, a very big maternal ewe. Really feminine and the broodiest ewe in here, no doubt. A lot of depth in her flank, extremely heavy structured. I guess for me, though, when you get away from her, she rolls out of her pins just a little bit. I'd like to drop her flank down just a little bit. Doesn't quite carry her balance like the 2 ewes ahead of her. The ewe in fourth, ewe that I like quite a bit, and she's well balanced. She's great on her feet. She's heavy structured. A lot of good things about her. To be quite honest, that ewe's just giving you so much trouble today. I never could get a real good look at her. She's just fighting the halter quite a bit, but a nice ewe. I think she's going to have a bright future for you. The little young Solella girl there at the end has a really nice sheep too. Very, very well made, a tremendous amount of rib shape and design and pattern in this ewe. One that I think's a little bit fine-boned, and when you get her on the move, I'd like to loosen her up when she gets to walking away for me. But thank you, and a job well done.
Now ready for Dorper Winter Ewe Lambs, Winter Ewe Lambs. Placing on the class of fall ewe lambs for the Dorpers, first to entry 43, Circle H Livestock 533, Circle H Livestock, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Second place to 39, Riverwood 6215, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to 38, Embody Brothers, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to 47, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 5 to 42, Hannah Solella, Terrell, Texas. 6 to 40, Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. 7 to 46, Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 8 to 41, Abby Solella, Terrell, Texas. And 9 to 49, Abby Solella, Terrell, Texas.
I think of you that as you watched her walk in and as you watched her here as we've made a few circles, you certainly begin to appreciate her for how well she holds her skeleton together. A ewe that's very good design on the move, and you have to certainly appreciate that about her. I certainly like her in her overall design, particularly as you study up her through her front end. You know, she's not the most massive ewe, but for me today, as I evaluate her, a very correctly, nicely designed ewe. The next 3, 4 ewes in line probably are a little wider and a little more massive in their skeleton, but when you get your hands on her, those ewes really, they don't have any more true muscle dimension than the ewe we start with, and so I think a logical place to start with. The ewe that are in second and third, I think, are very close in my mind. A ewe that maybe I'd like to see just come a little taller out of the top of her shoulder, just come a little better out as she comes from hooks to pin. She's just a little higher in her pin setting than maybe what's ideal, but it's certainly a ewe that you have to appreciate for having just a little more natural width in her pin settings and carrying that width down more naturally to a square, truer, straighting hawk than the ewe that is in third. Certainly the ewe in third, I like her broodiness. I certainly like her probably just a notch better in her femininity as you just evaluate her all the way through her skeleton. A ewe that gives up a little muscle behind and not as true as straight a tracking behind as the 2 ewes that are ahead of her. I certainly like the design, the upfrontedness, the balance of the ewe that ends up in fourth. For me, as you evaluate her, she just gets a little narrower in her skeleton compared to the ewes on either side of her. And as you get your hands on her, you can see that. She's got a little more cover on her than some of the other ewes, certainly the 3 ewes that are ahead of her. So she just looks like she has a little more to her, and you evaluate her just through her chest form behind. I'd like to just clean her up a little with the amount of condition she has on her, but I like her design, her correctness. It's her skeletal correctness, and particularly as you evaluate her in the front third of her body compared to the ewe that ends up here in fifth, which is a nice stout-made ewe, but as you study her in her shoulder, particularly down her top line, not as correct in her makeup as the ewes that are ahead of her. Nice set of these early Januaries. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first place went to entry 73, A&M 4130, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Second place to entry 67, J.K. Maddox 1402, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to entry 62, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 70, Prairie Land Farms, Alexandria, South Dakota. 5 to 66, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 6 to 69, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Seventh place to entry 78, Troy Longenecker, Annville, Pennsylvania. 8 to 75, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 9 to entry number 63, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. And 10th place to entry 76, Kelly Varick, Juneau, Wisconsin.
Over here in the Dorper ring right now, we have 5 pretty nice females, in my opinion. I believe a judge could come in here and justify placing this several different ways. But for me, when you consider everything, I believe the combination ewe is risen here to the top of the class. This ewe is really good structured, great on her feet and legs. When Mr. Holliday parks this ewe, she's always got her feet out on the corners. He doesn't have to fiddle around and adjust her too much. She's just naturally built that way, and that really does appeal to me. She's heavy structured, big ribbed, feminine up front, and broody looking, and she wins this class quite handily. After that, we have some problems when we get some sheep on the move. I do believe that the ewe in second most closely follows our class winner, just in her type and her kind. Really wide-based. She really parks those rear wheels way out there on the corner like I like. I appreciate that depth of body that she has, that heaviness in her structure. When you get this ewe on the move, she really fights that halter quite a bit. She drops her front end down, drops her head down. I'd like to loosen her up and let her reach out quite a bit more, make her a bit more sound. Now the ewe in third hole, wow, what an impressive sheep in terms of her femininity and her style. She's really a later maturing type of a ewe. I can't wait to see this ewe in the show ring as a mature ewe. She's going to be quite impressive. She's so feminine up there through her front end, and she's got a lot of true shape and muscle back there in the back. The problem for me is when I got her on the move and she walks away from me, she really starts tracking quite narrow. I'd like to see her powered up in terms of her bone, pull her apart there in her chest floor a little bit more and drop her flank down just to give her that more maternal look. But again, it's early in her life. She's going to do nothing but get better and better. She's going to look dynamic as a heavy-bred ewe, I guarantee you. Now the ewe in the fourth hole down there with the spot on her shoulder, tremendous amount of bone. When you talk about the front two-thirds of her body, that ewe really is impressive. Up-fronted, powerful, stylish, elegant. The problem for me is back there in her pin setting. It's just too narrow for me. We've got to widen her up, fix her pins, and I think she would move up quite easily in this class. The ewe in fifth, a really well-balanced ewe. She just needs to be pulled apart through her front end and squared up there in her pins as well. Congratulations to the class winner, and good job to all of you.
Now ready for Dorper Spring Ewe Lambs. Dorper Spring Ewe Lambs, please. Placing on the class of winter ewe lambs for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 5-5. Circle H Livestock, 534. Circle H Livestock, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Second place to entry 56, Narrowgate Farm, 284. Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Third to 51, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Fourth to entry 52, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. 5 to 57, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Sixth place to 53, Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. 7 to entry 58, Abby Salela, Terrell, Texas. 8 to 54, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan.
I think a little tougher class to evaluate here in the second class of yearling ewes. I mean, very fault-free ewe to start that last class. I think you could see that. Maybe some of these ewes in the year, as you get them, evaluate them, there's some things you'd like to change about them. I think the ewe that starts with really gets out and travels pretty well. My concern with her is you watch her get out and move. I mean, she's a massively constructed ewe. She's just a little bolder about her shoulder blade. She lays in there fine, but it sits up there quite well and consequently just throws her front end just out just a notch as she goes. But I think it's being very critical of a very stout-made, nicely hipped ewe with a tremendous amount of dimension all the way through, and you certainly have to appreciate that fault-freeness about her. She just comes, and as you look at both the ewes in first and second, the ewe that's in second ties in a little better about the top of her shoulder, but yet to balance her out a little better, you'd probably just like to make her a little more refined about her shoulder, just give her a little more power compared to the class winner behind to get by her. You come to the ewe that is in third, and one that is probably the nicer design, nicer fronted ewe of those three as you evaluate her up through her shoulder and her next shoulder design. She's a little more refined in her type, but I appreciate that about her skeleton. I think what becomes a little bit of an issue for me is I'd like to just maybe widen her out a little bit through her chest floor and base width. She on the move just gets a little tighter as she goes out of her hip compared to the two ewes ahead of her, but a ewe that probably just comes better out of her front end than the ewe that's directly ahead of her, and it probably just comes a little better down her top line, a close really top three between those ewes. I think all those three ewes are just a little more feminine in their type and kind, especially as you study them about their head and about their bone work, than the ewe that ends up here in fourth, which is one I just like to make just a notch more feminine as she goes. She's a notch dark for me as you evaluate her about her color, and the ewe that is in fifth is extremely stout made ewe that I very much appreciate. I like her rib shape and dimension, her broodiness. She's a ewe that just maybe gets, as you study her, a little fatter over the downer top and consequently maybe just a little lower in her dock as you study her, but a level design ewe from her top down through her loin, a little coarser made up through her front end, but extremely nice set of ewes and some nice ewes that end up here down through the top 10.
Now ready in the ring for late yearling ewes. Southdown late yearling ewes into the ring.
This is a tough class in the ring right now on the Dorper side, and I'll be quite honest with you. I think you can mix and match and place this a lot of different ways and justify it. When it gets down to it, though, I believe there's the ewe that climbs to the top. Basically, to me, she's the combination sheep in the class, and these are young spring lambs. So her hardness, her youthfulness is something that I can live with. I think down the road she's going to make a pretty nice ewe. She's really a good structured female. She sticks her feet out on the corners like I like them. Seems like when the young lady sets her up, she wants to turn her hocks in a little bit, but when you put her on the move, it's not evident at all, and she walks really nice. By far the most heaviest muscled ewe in this class, and to me, she's got enough maternal look to her to go with that muscle to go ahead and use her to win. The ewe in second, the most high quality ewe in the lineup, very up-fronted, very feminine about her head and her neck, a long-fronted, long hind-saddled sheep. She too is correct on her structure. She puts her feet out on the corners as well. She's just a little bit lacking when you get on the top side of this ewe, a little narrow down her rack and out there through her pins. I'd like to see some more shape through her stifle. If she had that, I believe she'd win the show. The ewe in third is another sheep that I appreciate. I think she's a very complete ewe. You get this ewe on the move, she really wants to drive that front end down in the ground. I'd like to free her up when you ask her to walk. Now the ewe in fourth, she's the one I wanted to use to win today. The broody, deep-bodied, big-ribbed female, good-footed, square-made. Boy, you get her on the move, though, and her back end disappoints me quite a bit. She really rolls in at her hocks and tracks really narrow. Just like to fix that pin setting up and add some shape to her from behind. But congratulations to the class winner, a tough class. Thank you.
Now ready for a pair of ewe lambs. Dorper pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the Dorper Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to 64, DC 202, Hannah Salela, Terrell, Texas. Second to 63, Dry Creek Dorpers 0547, Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. Third to 69, Abby Salela, Terrell, Texas. Fourth to 61, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. 5 to 67, Hannah Salela, Terrell, Texas. Sixth place to entry 59, In-Body Brothers, Bluffton, Ohio. 7 to entry 62, Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. 8 to 68, Lobdell, Oxfords and Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. And 9 to 66, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Placing on the intermediate class of yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first place to entry 99, 4CE 14-242, Morgan and Preston, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 83, 4033, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to 77, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 202, Beckmeyer Brothers, Atwood, Illinois. 5 to entry 85, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Sixth place to entry number 82, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Seventh place to entry 88, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Eighth place to 81, John David Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 9 to entry number 896, Ben Temple, Serena, Illinois. And 10th place to entry number 93, John Jones, Rio, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair class of ewe lambs for the Dorpers. First place goes to Circle H Livestock, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Second place to Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. 4 to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 5 to Jessica Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. And 6 to Inbody Brothers, Bluffton, Ohio. Dorper exhibitors, your next class will be the Dorper flock class. Then we'll go into our White Dorper show. Yearling rams should be getting ready as well. White Dorper yearling rams should be getting ready.
This is just an awesome set of females we have on the Dorper field here today. An outstanding set of ewes, and I'm just so pleased with our exhibitors that have shown today. You've done just a fabulous job. Those of you that are watching this morning, I want you to know how much time and effort it takes to get the livestock looking like this and prepared for a show like this. The exhibitors have done a tremendous amount of work. I would be honored if all of you would help join me in applauding them and all their efforts. And to the exhibitors, I want you to think about a couple of things as we move forward in this breed. What I do today really doesn't matter. All I'm doing is evaluating them from a phenotypic standpoint, just a one-shot picture here. The true tale about these ewes is what they do back home. And whether they get an award or not, really, that's not where the rubber meets the road. It's their maternal value at home. Can these ewes conceive? Can they get that lamb out of them? Is their pelvic area designed right where she can lay down and push that lamb out without someone having to pull it out? Can she get that lamb off the ground? Can that baby get that teat in its mouth? Does she milk enough? Does she milk too much? You know, those are the things, the little things as an association altogether that we need to really be paying attention to make this breed better. The Dorpers are known in the commercial world for being not labor intensive, for being able to turn them loose and have those babies out in the pasture. And it's up to us as seed stock producers to really be critical of that maternal side, the fertility side of these ewes. And I just challenge us all to never forget that and to put that on the forefront. In closing, I'd like to extend God's blessing upon you and your flock and wish you all the best. With that said, I'm going to go pick your champion ewe. I think she's quite an awesome representation of this breed. She combines design, femininity, balance, and shape to the highest degree, in my opinion. And I'll go name her your champion. Thank you. I really don't have much else to say. Again, I'm very honored and appreciative to get to judge your Dorper show. Thank y'all very much. Let's go pick our reserve.
For the Dorper show, our champion ewe is entry number 37, first place yearling ewe, Lone Star 1463, Seth Gillespie of Weston, Massachusetts. The reserve champion ewe is entry 43, our first place fall ewe lamb, Circle H Livestock 533, Circle H Livestock, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Now ready for the Dorper Flock class. Dorper Flock. Placing on the flock class for the Dorper Show. First place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Dorper Show is Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second place in the flock, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And third in the flock, Willow Creek Farm, Weberville, Michigan. Now ready to move into our White Dorper Show. We need yearling rams. White Dorper yearling rams to the ring, please.
I think a nice set of ewes stay here and taking a little longer time. There is some differences in them, and I think that's what is unique about this breed and makes it tough as you evaluate them. Where do you want to go relative to with some of the aspects of what each of these ewes have to offer? I think, and I think that's why we come here. You know, you come here to display what you have, and you exhibit them to those of you that are exhibitors, and that's what makes us one of the great shows that we have and hopefully will maintain and be for our grandkids. So what I do or what I say really today is probably irrelevant because, as was mentioned before by Wes, we got to see them in production, and you take some fundamental things about these ewes and you go from there. I think the ewe that I start with is just a naturally heavily constructed ewe that you have to appreciate for just having a little more natural width and dimension to her. She comes with a little more forearm to her, and right down her top and her rack, she comes with more shape and expression of muscle. As we first started these final 5, I was a little concerned about how she traveled off her front end. I think she's more than proven as we walked out here. She handles that and holds it together. She's probably not as refined in her makeup as the ewe that is in second, and the ewe that in second blends in a little wider and niecer about her shoulder. The ewe in second, though, just comes a little narrower made down through her base, but it doesn't match up quite well with how much true dimension of muscle she has right through her loin. She's the longest hind-saddled ewe of any of these ewes, the longest hipped, and as you get your hands on her leg, probably has easily the most dimension of leg when you handle her. She just probably comes just a little narrower in her skeleton and a little narrower base than the ewes on either side of her. I think other thing I like about her, and really both those ewes as you evaluate them, their head set and design, you certainly have to appreciate. The ewe that is in a third is one that I certainly have to appreciate for her skeletal makeup. A ewe that when you get on the move, you have to appreciate her as she gets out and sets down on her all fours. She's a ewe that I like for dimension and shape of rib and how she balances there as you see her. She may just be a little bolder about her front and maybe just run downhill just a notch, but a superb ewe that has a tremendous amount of balance and versatility to her. I really like this ewe that is in fourth, and the longer she was out here, the harder she is to fall. She's a little later in her maturity, and maybe you'd like to say she would have a little more performance to her. But I think as you think about ewes that have the ability to make some feminine, nice ewes down the road as you evaluate her, I think she can do that. I like her head set, her skeletal makeup, and just her overall design, a very nice ewe that's in fourth. I think the ewe that is in fifth, and as you compare to the ewes in sixth and seventh, for me, she just has a lot more femininity about her. She's a very elegant made ewe. She's not overly fat in her condition, and yes, what you see is really what you get. And as I compare to the next ewes that are down below her, she probably just has more length, much more natural thickness as you evaluate her comparably to especially the ewe that's in seventh. The ewe in sixth probably has just a notch more muscle shape and expression, but this ewe in fifth just has a little more length. So congratulations to these exhibitors.
For the Southdowns, we're now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair of yearling ewes.
as we switch gears and get back into the ram classes here on the Dorper show ring. That basic thought of skeletal design is just the fundamental aspect that I'm looking for in these sheep. We've got to have these bucks that are correct from the ground up and designed right overall, especially up there through that front end. These bucks have to be able to travel, really get around and get the ewes covered. That's what God designed them for. That front end soundness is so crucial to me in these rams. I really like the ram that wins in terms of his soundness. He's by far the easiest tracking, easiest moving buck in this class. He's so masculine about his head. He's big-footed, heavy-structured, well-designed and sound, big testicled to boot, so he wins this class quite handily. Now, the ram in second, I have to give him credit because he is extremely heavy-muscled. He's the most shapely buck in the class, a lot of expression, especially when you get back there behind him in his stifle. But after that, a buck that I'd like to change a lot of things about him. I'd like to clean him up as far as his top line goes, make this ram quite a bit looser constructed when you ask him to move, give him some more extension throughout, raise his tail set up just a little bit, but really a powerful made, wide-chested ram in second. Now the buck in third also kind of follows the type and kind that we have in the ram above him. Another big-ribbed, heavy-muscled, powerful buck, one that design-wise really breaks in his top. He's off in his hip quite a bit, and for that reason he stands third. Thank y'all very much.
Now ready for fall ram lambs, white Dorper fall ram lambs, placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Southdowns. First place went to entry 101, 4C E14 250, Morgan and Preston, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to entry 106, Wilworth 530, Wilworth Southdowns, Eagle Grove, Iowa. Third place to entry number 104, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry number 110, also Adriana Winland. 5 to entry number 223, Beckmeyer Brothers, Atwood, Illinois. 6 to Six to 113, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7th place to 105, Trent George, Niles, Michigan. 8th place to entry 109, Coon Family, Southdowns, Manila, Indiana. 9 to 100, John David Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. And 10 to 103, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first goes to Forsey Southdowns, Preston and Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 4 to Beckmeyer Brothers of Atwood, Illinois. 5 to Wilworth Southdowns of Eagle Grove, Iowa. 6 to J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7, John David Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 8 to Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 9 to Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Again, we need senior ewe lambs for the Southdowns into the ring, please. Placing on the yearling rams for the White Dorper show, first place to entry 72, Riverwood 6144, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second to 73, Twin Country Dorpers 0634, S-Bar T Livestock, Goldweight, Texas. And third to entry 75, S-Bar T Livestock.
Riverwood brought us a duo of fall ram lambs here to the North American today, and just because there's only 2 sheep in this class doesn't mean the quality isn't here. I believe that the ram that wins this one, in terms of balance, this buck suits me quite well. Really great in his lines. When he gets set up, he's really correct, strong down his top. He puts those feet out on the corners the way I like them. He's a buck that's well developed, reproductively speaking. I think he's going to have a bright future there. If I had to change him at all, he gets a little bit posty-legged back there in his hocks, but a pretty complete ram overall. The ram in second, a real deep-bodied, masculine buck that's pretty up-fronted and has those good big feet like I like. Really a deep-bodied buck in the second pole there. One that I'd like to level out his hip quite a bit, strengthen up his top line, and give him some more true shape back there in his stifle. But a nice little class here. Thank you.
Now ready for White Dorper winter ram lambs. Placing on the fall ram lamb class for the White Dorpers, first to 77, Riverwood 6227, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second place to entry 76, Riverwood 6232, also Riverwood Farms.
pretty close pair of bucks here in the ring right now in the white Dorper division. Two rams that you stand back and study them, I think they're quite similar in terms of their pattern, in terms of their design. They're both functional rams that are sound and get around the ring quite nicely. They both have adequate testicular development, plenty of rib shape for me. I think the difference simply boils down to just performance and pounds and up-frontiness in the ram that wins this pair in the top. We get down to the third place buck, a ram that's functional also in terms of his soundness and his structural design. Like to pull him apart and widen him up and add some muscle shape to him. Now the ram that really impresses me in terms of his heaviness of structure and his masculinity as they're bucking forth, just a little bit of a question there when I open his mouth and looking at his teeth if he's going to conform to those South African standards or not, as well as the buck in fifth. I think he's a little bit straight-fronted up there in his front end. Thank you.
Now ready for the spring Ram Lamb class for the White Dorpers, placing on that winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry 79, UK White Dorpers 156757, University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. Second place to 78, UK White Dorpers 156756, University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. Third to 80, S-Bar-T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. 4 to 84, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. And 5 to 83, S-Bar-T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas.
I think an excellent set of falls, and certainly a ewe that I start with maybe is one that I'd maybe like to lighten her up about her points, but I think that's just one of those things within the breed that maybe comes and goes, and you have to really look past some of those things. But that's one thing maybe I'd be a little critical on. I think wherever you are in the ring and you evaluate this female, she looks like a female, and then you can just see the natural base width that she has through her chest floor and behind. And as you study her from the ground up, she's very hard to fault. I certainly like her extra added length. I particularly like the dimension and width she has out of her loin and out of her hip. She is a pretty late maturing individual that I think will grow in and be an extremely nice yearling ewe. But the point that I just really like to make about her is, as you study her from any angle, a pretty fault-free individual, and I certainly appreciate that about her. She is just a lot more neat and complete in her makeup about her shoulder design and how she lays into her neck shoulder junction and really over the point of her shoulder and down to her front knee than the ewe in second. The ewe in second is certainly a bigger-bodied, broodier ewe, but one that through her front end isn't nearly quite as good. And then as you study her in her hip design, the shape and expression and muscle she has in her center and lower leg and stifle, you can see the class winner has that advantage. I think the decision really lies between second and third. In second and third, both ewes that are similar in their type. I like the ewe from a standpoint in third from her design, from her midsection of her body forward. She gets just a tick narrower in her pins, a little flatter in her leg compared to the big but stout broody ewe that's in second, and so that's why I left those two ewes that way. I think both those ewes, as they track and walk away from you, are simply better from hock to ground than the ewe that is in fourth. The ewe that is in fourth, I really like her from a standpoint of her broodiness, her rib shape, a nicely designed ewe up through her front end, but one that as you walk away in a tough set of ewes here, I'd be critical on her and just like to straighten her up from hock to ground. She is, though, better, I think, through her shoulder and her design and up through her neck and about her head than the ewe that ends up in fifth. A ewe in fifth that you have to appreciate her muscle shape and design and product that she has. But as you see her there, she may just not balance quite as well as you use ahead of her from a standpoint of the mass that she has up through her front end. She sets down just a little wide from knee to pastern as she goes on the move, but a ewe that I really superbly like than the two ewes ahead of her from her hip back. Extremely nice set of ewes.
Placing on the class of Southdown Senior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 125, Pleasant Springs 7070, Claire Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to 117, Forsey E14370, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to entry number 122, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry number 119, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry number 132, Corey Hayes, Chittenango, New York. 6th place to entry number 131, KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. 7 to 128, Paige Roach, Janesville, Wisconsin. 8 to entry 115, Forsey Southdowns, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 9 to 121, Scramlin Southdowns, Holly, Michigan. And 10th place to entry number 118, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
That was quite an impressive set of reasons across the picket fence there that Mr. Bruns just gave. I'm going to try to follow it here with an outstanding ram lamb that I think we're getting up there into just a different notch of quality when this little buck lamb walks into the ring. I really appreciate his skeletal design from the ground up, love his feet, love how his hocks and his forelegs tie into his rib cage there. Just an outstanding fronted ram. I especially like that point of his shoulder. It blends in really nice and smooth. He's just so fundamentally sound. I think he's just an impressive individual. Has got enough masculinity for me, enough testicular development for me. He's deep ribbed, he's square out of his hip. If I had to change him at all, just make him just a bit more explosive in that muscle expression, but really a good one to win this class. After that, it gets a little closer between second and third. I like the buck in second. When the young lady gets him set up, he's really strong topped and level designed, a buck that's correct in terms of his feet and legs. Wouldn't mind giving him just a bit more cushion there in his hock, but a pretty complete ram. The ram in third is another one that like that soundness out of his front end, like how his shoulders are laid in there just right. A ram that you get back in the back 1/3 of his body. You'd like to jack his pin set up just a little bit, give him some more shape over that rack as well. Thank y'all for bringing them into the ring.
Placing on the spring White Dorper Ram Lamb class, first to 88, UK Dorpers 156964, University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. Second to entry 87, UK White Dorpers 156946, University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. And third to entry 90, S. Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion, White Dorper Ram.
A very impressive set of older ewes, and I compliment the breeders on what they have brought forth to you, and certainly it's just pretty humbling because you have a breed that is very unique in what it has to offer from a standpoint of making sound functional sheep that yet has the potential to make sheep that grow and are productive oriented, but yet make some sheep that have the ability to go out and make some great youth projects, whether that be for exhibitors who want to make ewe lambs or wethers. And I think these 8 ewes what we have out here are pretty versatile in their makeup. That early January ewe is one that I just certainly really appreciate for her structural correctness. And maybe not the biggest ewe that came out of that class, but one that just got out and traveled well. She has a tremendous amount of ring presence to her and nice up and neat through her front end. I particularly like her as you study in her shoulder design and down through her knee. Certainly a ewe that as you study her out her hip isn't maybe the ewe that has the most product out here, but I think more than adequate, and certainly in my mind is out here and very competitive in this drive. The ewe that comes out of the second class, your February yearling ewe, is one of the more powerfully hipped ewes that we've seen today from a standpoint of her natural width and dimension that she has. But with that, you get a ewe that's maybe just a little bolder at the point of her shoulder, a little bigger in her scapula, and a little thicker about her neck as you study her. But with that much mass, she gets out and travels well. Certainly a ewe that I appreciate for her levelness. Maybe just would like to give her just a notch more length as you evaluate her, but one that certainly is a very impressive individual, what she has to offer for the amount of width and dimension that she has. The ewe that comes out of the third class is one that I'd like to probably just see come better out of her shoulder design, and you can see that as you compare to the ewes on either side of her, just a little bolder and not quite as correct in her design of her shoulder. And then we come to our fall ewe, who's one that you have to really appreciate for the structure and design that she possesses. One that, as I evaluate her from the ground up, as I mentioned, is very complete in her makeup. And then I think as you study about her chest floor, back to her rear flank, the amount of just natural rib that she has in her with some width and dimension that she possesses is very superb. She'll be your champion senior. Congratulations. I think it makes it a little tough for me then what I'm going to do second, because you can go a couple different ways and reach out and get something that you think as a breeding piece will go down the road and do some things, or you can pick some things that are just really designed and be fault-free. And I think the most next fault-free ewe in this lineup is the ewe out of your first class of January. So congratulations.
Senior champion Southdown ewe goes to our senior ewe lamb winner. Entry 125, Pleasant Springs 7070, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion was out of that early yearling ewe class as the winner. Entry 73, A&M 4130, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Now ready for January ewe lambs. Southdown January ewe lambs to the ring.
I've thoroughly enjoyed sorting through your white Dorper bucks this morning. I want to say to all of you exhibitors, I appreciate you so much bringing them out here. It's been my pleasure. I want to take this moment to comment just a little bit about the South African breed standards. To me, the South African breed standards are like a highway. And there's a yellow line on this side, there's a yellow line on that side. And you want to drive down the middle, and as long as you don't cross either one of the lines, you're going to be safe. And to me, the white stripe line in the middle is skeletal design. It's the one thing that we all have in common, whether you are a seed stock producer, whether you're a commercial man, whether your market is club lambs. There's been a lot of chatter on Facebook lately about different entities and what's going to happen to the Dorper breed if we breed for club lambs, if we breed for seed stock. But I want us all to come together on one thing, and that's skeletal design. If you listen to every South African, every Australian that's come to this country and judged, they talk about designing these sheep correctly, where they can walk, where bucks can function out of their front end, where that ewe is designed correctly in her pelvic area so she can have that baby and those legs don't get turned back. The same way in the club lamb show ring, you're not going to have a banner club lamb if skeletally speaking, if he's not designed right. If his toes are turned out, if his shoulders aren't right, he's not going to win a banner. The commercial man, the same way. He's got to have stud rams that can get out there and perform for 5 years. If that buck isn't skeletally designed right, he's going to break down. So as we move forward in this industry, let's keep that in mind. Skeletal design is the key. It's the one thing we can all come together as an association and move forward with. With that said, I think there's a buck out here that to me is skeletally designed right. He's so impressive when you get him set up, just a really complete ram, one that's got enough shape, enough top shape, enough power for me. He's so square made and level out his dock. I'm going to go name him your champion. There's a buck out here that's right there nipping at his heels, one that I bragged about quite a bit on the microphone. I think he definitely is deserving of a banner. We'll go point him out to you for your reserve. Thank y'all again. It's been my pleasure. I've enjoyed being your ram judge this morning.
Champion ram for the White Dorpers goes to entry 77. First place in the fall Ram Lamb class, Riverwood 6227, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. The reserve champion goes to our class winner from the spring Ram Lamb class, entry 88, UK White Dorpers 156964, University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. Now ready for White Dorper yearling ewes.
Folks, this is a strong set of white Dorper ewes in the ring right now. I'm going to admit it took me a while to sort these top two, and I just kept jumping back and forth and trying to look at them from different angles to see the differences and see where I wanted to put my emphasis. I think it boiled down for me the little things about the ewe that won, just her breed character, her head, it's just so impressive. That femininity up through the front 1/3 of her body, her upfrontedness, just her lines, her design. She's so correct. She's just got all the bells and whistles, just outstanding breed character, that bright white coat. But that's not what wins. That's just kind of the little things that kept catching my eye about her. Her overall design is just nearly flawless. As she gets even heavier and heavier bred, she's going to continue to get that flank drop down like I like. A ewe that's got plenty of shape for me. Now, I am a fan of moderate sheep. I don't think she's too big by any stretch. I think she's going to be one high-quality broody ewe with a bright future. Her progeny is going to be stamped into Riverwood, I promise you. Now, the ewe in second, let's give her credit because I think she's flat awesome. I love that wedge-shaped design in this ewe. So pretty up through her chest floor and that swooping big belly back to her flank. Just something that I really like about her. A lot of power, a lot of base width in this ewe. She's my kind of sheep, I have to admit. I would like to pull her, stretch her out, make her a couple of rib or two longer. Ewe that just not quite as fancy, not quite as impressive with the breed character and the feminine head as our class winner, but a pair of outstanding ewes. I think you could place them either way and justify it. That's a close call. The ewe in third, a ewe that I like for a lot of reasons. Her neck ties in really pretty, super clean up there through her throat. She's also farther along in her development. Obviously, she's a pregnant ewe as well. I like that depth back there in her flank. However, she's a ewe that's the finest bone ewe in this class, and she also breaks in her top. For that reason, I can't move her up any higher. After that, we get into some ewes that don't quite have that maternal balance that I'm looking for. Both the ewes in fourth and fifth, I'd like to drop them down back there in their flank. The ewe in fourth, definitely a ewe with a lot of bone, a lot of substance to her. A ewe that's smooth at the point of his shoulder. But again, I like to drop that flank down quite a bit and make her just a little more maternal, a little more feminine looking. Likewise, the ewe in fifth, pretty much the same way. She's carries just a little too much breast for me. A powerful ewe, no doubt, with a lot of base width. I know S-Bar-T likes those kind of ewes, but just like to add some femininity to her. Thank y'all very much.
For the white Dorpers, now ready for a pair of yearling ewes, placing on the yearling ewe class, first to 96, Riverwood 6136, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second place to entry 93, S-Bar-T Livestock G 289, S-Bar-T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Third to entry 92, S-Bar-T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. 4 to 94, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. And 5 to 95, S-Bar-T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas.
I think an extremely nice set and really compliment the top 10 sheep in this class for their quality and their correctness of design and some subtle things that separate these ewes. I think a very nice design ewe to start this class that combines just a little more completeness and fault-freeness about her relative to the two ewes behind her. There's some minor things that I would like to change about them. I like the overall design of the ewe, particularly as you compare it to the ewe behind her. She just comes with a little more width and dimension out of her hip, and at times I think just comes a little better down her top line than the ewe that is in second. Certainly, I think the decision for me really revolves here in those top three. And the ewe that is in a second is one that when you get her here on the profile, you certainly appreciate her. At times, she may just look a little bolder about her, the point of her shoulder, maybe doesn't balance quite as well as the two ewes on either side of her. But I like her when you get her on motion and she gets her walking. I think she just takes a notch longer stride, both front and rear, and sets down with a notch more width behind than the ewe that's in third. I like this ewe in third because really as you study her about her head, her neck shoulder junction, she is the most elegantly made. I very much appreciate that about her. She is a ewe, though, as we get her in motion, just gets a little shorter on her stride, maybe not the width about her pin settings, but three extremely nice ewes. The next ewes we get in line just get a little more shorter about their loin compared to the three ahead of them. And there's none of these three really just hit you with a tremendous amount of length of loin. But the ewe that's in fourth just could come a little more with a little more length, a little more size and dimension, I think would help that ewe out and make her more competitive in this class. She comes just a little better on the move, a little smoother and flatter about her shoulder than the ewe that's in fifth, who you can see is just a little rounder and a little bolder at their point. And then you get her in motion, just comes a little rounder in her makeup, but a nice, stout, heavy-muscled ewe. Extremely nice set of 5 ewes that worked their way from a nice set of 10. Congratulations.
Now ready for early class of February ewe lambs, Southdown early February ewe lambs. Those are animals born February 1 through and including February 14. February 1 through and including February 14, early class of Southdown February ewe lambs. Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place to entry 162, Forsey E 1556, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 156, 5026, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 140, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Fourth place to 137, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 5 to entry number 164, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 6 to 168, Prairie Land Farms, Alexandria, South Dakota. 7th place to entry number 143, MB Genetics, Rio, Wisconsin. 8 to entry number 135, KDK Southdowns, Rochelle, Wisconsin. 9 to 144, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 10th place to 158, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. For the White Dorper, we're now ready for fall ewe lambs. White Dorper fall ewe lambs placing on the pair of yearling ewes. First place goes to Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second to S. Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Again, we're ready for fall ewe lambs.
There's a lot of differences in these top two ewes up here in the Dorper ring. I believe we're going to stick with our theme here on skeletal design, and the ewe lamb that wins this class rises to the top on account of that. You get back and study this ewe. She's so elegant up there through her front end. She blends into just about a perfect top line as you could ask for. A lot of four-rib shape, level square down her top. She finishes out nicely out of her dock. She puts those feet on the corners like I like them. She's just built right from the ground up. She's got that beautiful feminine sweeping belly that deep down into her flank that I really like. And so she wins the class for those reasons. Now, if you like power, if you like that big broody look, you're going to like the ewe in second. No doubt about it. She's more prominent there in her structure, in her foot size. A ewe that just bolder about her head. A ewe that's packing more total shape, total depth of body. One that just not quite as refined, I guess you could say, up there through her front end and through all of her transitions. She's not jacked up quite the same there out of her dock as well. After that, we get into a couple of ewes that I think are pretty similar. Both of them like to see more depth back there in their flank to make them balance out better for me. But a fun class to look through. Nice pair at the top.
Placing on the fall white Dorper ewe lamb class, first place to 102. UK White Dorpers 146718. University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. Second place to entry 99, Riverwood 6225, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Third to entry 101, University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. 4 to entry 100, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. 5 to 103, Asbarty Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Sixth place to entry 98, Asbarty Livestock.
A little short, sweet trio of lambs on the Dorper side of the ring right now. We start in the class with one that, again, is designed the best out of the three, no doubt about that. Real feminine up-fronted ewe. I liked her, like how she ties everything together. She's square made from the ground up. She sticks her feet out on the corners. When you ask her to walk away from you, she really tracks true and correct. She's kind of fighting the halter quite a bit, but I don't think that takes away from the fact that she's sound. She's a ewe that's square made out of her tail head. She's got some depth and some shape to her from behind. Now the ewe in second, if she was stronger topped and just a touch more correct on those rear hocks, it would all be over with. She'd win hands down because she's got so much body depth, so much rib shape like I love. She's a feminine fronted ewe, but again, I just like to clean her up from a design standpoint down her top line and fix those hocks just a little bit. The ewe in third, real up-fronted, elegant, super refined, super high-quality fronted ewe. Just like to drop her flank down a little bit and widen her up from the ground up. Thank y'all for a nice little class.
Now ready for White Dorper Spring ewe lambs. Placing on the White Dorper Winter ewe lamb class, first place to entry 105, S-Bar T Livestock, P420. S-Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Second to entry 106, S-Bar T Livestock, P443. S-Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. And third to 108, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio.
I think a nice set of ewe lambs here, and certainly some differences, and it takes a little time. You try to make logical sense of maybe something that isn't that you don't have the ability to make logical sense of because of the differences in type and kind, and that's, I'm not criticizing the breed, and I breed them, and so I'm going to say us for having that, because I think that's what makes it unique and where you can go and how you can do things. I think as you evaluate these two ewe lambs on this end, two superb ewe lambs, I think they're adequate in their growth curve. I think they have some potential down the road. I think as you evaluate the two, you see a ewe that has more natural width in her, especially up through her chest floor, and carries that out about her hip in the ewe I start with. She may just be a little bolder about her shoulder, and that's what I was really trying to study as I compare her to the ewe in second. And I think as you hold them there and you analyze them, you realize the shoulder structure design is more than adequate. She comes back into a nice bold rib and a tremendous top to her. She has a notch more length to her about her loin and hip as a ewe that is in second. The ewe in second is superbly shown, and you can see how well he gets her head and neck out of her. I think if you just were turn him loose and let him run here in the ring, I probably still would stay with the ewe that I started with, because he does such a great job of showing her. She just isn't as naturally wide or handled quite as long as the ewe that wins. The ewes that are third and fourth and fifth are quite similar. I think just a little better design ewe here in third for the two young ladies. She balances up well. I like her better in her shoulder. I like her better down her top than the ewe that comes up behind her, who just gets a little flat in her loin and a little higher in her pin set. That concerns me. I like this ewe in fourth for her design up through her front end. On the move, she comes just a little better down her top line than the ewe in fifth. Standing still, the ewe in fifth easily makes a run at the top because she's so proportionate in her kind, so feminine in her makeup, and nice about her bone work. She is a ewe that, when you get her on the motion, is just a little high in her top, and I'd like to correct her there. 5 excellent ewes and extremely nice top 10.
Now ready for late February ewe lambs. Southdown late February ewe lambs. Placing on the early February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 176, KDK 1509. KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to 185, 4C E15 100. Morgan and Preston 4C, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to entry 184, Leininger 5016, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Fourth to entry number 174, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry number 179, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry number 194, Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7 to entry number 201, River Bend Southdowns, Kingsburg, California. 8 to entry number 173, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 9 to entry number 188, Morgan and Preston 4C, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. And 10th place to entry 198, Jenna Langer, DeForest, Wisconsin.
fun class of spring lambs here on the Dorper side to sort through. A ewe that, in terms of their entire class, our class winner no doubt is the biggest ribbed, deepest centered ewe in the class. A ewe that wide-based up front, good-footed, her toes are pointed the right way. She's really wide-based from behind as well. A ewe that you have to ask yourself, you know, is she feminine enough? Because she's got all of the other pieces. That's the hole in her that needs to be refined a little bit. And if you can decide, yes, she is, then she wins the class. And that was what I was battling in my mind. I think she's going to make a nice ewe someday. She's really strong-topped and really powerful the way I like them. I'm acceptable in her femininity of her front end, so I'm proud to have her as our class winner. Now, the ewe in second, no doubt the University of Kentucky brought a really up-fronted, super feminine ewe, very high-quality ewe, a ewe that's really long-sided. She's great on her feet and legs. She's got quite a bit of bone for being so long and so feminine. A ewe that, to me, is giving up a little bit of forerib shape, giving up a little bit of squareness and pin width out there out of her dock. Moving on to our third place ewe. Here's another one that a really high quality ewe. As far as design goes, I'm going to go out on a limb and say she's the best designed ewe in here, but there's a bigger difference to me in what she's given up in terms of stoutness, in terms of her heaviness of structure, her overall depth of body, her just base width and internal width. I think she's a great prospect. She's going to make a great ewe down the road. I can't wait to see her in a show ring in the upcoming season, because as she matures, she's just going to get better and better and better and harder and harder and harder to beat. The ewe in fourth, a big up-fronted, powerful sheep. She just rolls out of her hip a little bit too much for me. But I enjoyed sorting through them, and thank you for bringing them into the ring.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs for the White Dorpers. Pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the White Dorper Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to 110. S-Bar T Livestock P485. S-Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Second place to 115. UK White Dorpers 1570-31. University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. Third to entry 109, S-Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. 4 to entry 112, UK University of Kentucky, Versailles, Kentucky. 5 to entry 86, Hannah Salela, Terrell, Texas. 6 to entry 111, S-Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion White Dorper ewe. We need the first and seconds back in the ring from the yearling, fall, winter, and spring ewe lamb classes. Placing on the White Dorper class, a pair ewe lambs, first place to the University of Kentucky at Versailles, Kentucky. Second to Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. And third to S. Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas.
Well, an excellent set of February's here, and as you evaluate them, you have some differences in growth potential, probably some differences in maturity pattern. I think as I evaluate the ewe, I certainly like this ewe for completeness of design. And I think regardless of what kind of species you evaluate or you're connected with, you have to appreciate this ewe for overall femininity, her cleanness of design, and yet with that, some broodiness and some stoutness all the way through. She is a ewe that you have to certainly appreciate as you get on the move relative to the ewe that comes up in second. The ewe in second is a massive ewe from a standpoint of her feet, her bone, her width, her dimension, her skeleton. She is a tremendously performance-oriented ewe that you have to like a tremendous amount of things about her. Yeah, she may just be a little rough over her shoulder, but that doesn't concern me as much as you get her on the move, a ewe that just doesn't stride out and is as fluid in her movement as a ewe that's ahead of her, but two ewes with a tremendous amount of power and mass to them. You have to like the balance of the ewe in third, a ewe that gives up some dimension and width to the ewes on either side of her. But I think as you compare to the ewe that's in fourth, and that's probably where the decision really lies, is that the ewe in third just comes a little better in her neck shoulder junction, particular on the move. When you get them on the profile, they resemble each other so well. But on the move, I think the ewe in third comes a little better out of her neck shoulder junction, travels a little better out of her front third of her body than the ewe that is in fourth. The ewe in fourth is superb when you get her on the profile. I like her extra added length that she possesses. She's a nicely balanced ewe. I think relative to her frame size, the rib that she possesses, I believe she's a little more proportionate in her kind than the ewe that is in fifth. Simply because as I get in front of her and evaluate her through the lower part of her rib and I watch her walk away, I think she just has more natural width for her frame size than the ewe that's in fifth. Certainly ewe in fifth is probably one of those breed changer type of ewes, a ewe that you have to really appreciate for her extra added length of pattern. I'd probably like to give her a little more length of loin, but for me, I'd like to just see her come at me and go away with just a little more natural base width to compete with some pretty stout made ewes ahead of her. Congratulations.
Placings on the class of late February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First to entry 214, Northern Star Livestock Service 15124, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 209, KDK 1516, KDK Southdowns of Richalt, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 221, Prairie Land Farms, Alexandra, South Dakota. Fourth to entry number 203, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 5 to entry 206, Forsey Southdowns, Morgan and Preston, Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Sixth place to 218, Morgan and Preston, Forsey, Forsey Southdowns. 7 to entry number 219, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mahal, Oklahoma. 8 to 216, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 9 to entry 211, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 212, Beckmeyer Brothers, Atwood, Illinois.
It's been my pleasure to sort through your white Dorper ewes today. I want you to know that I am just deeply honored to be able to come in here and evaluate your livestock on a national stage like this. I'm truly humbled by the honor, and I appreciate all of you bringing your livestock to me today. There's some folks here that I want to recognize and thank. First of all, the NAILE staff, Mr. Jeff Zinner, and everyone here on putting this show together. They've done a great job. I'd like to also thank my ringman, Mr. Bruce Gross right here, as well as Tracy Brewer. Thank y'all for your help. I appreciate what you guys have done. I'd like to also thank the American Dorper Sheep Breeders Society and the board of directors for nominating me and for electing me and nominating me to judge this show. It means quite a bit. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Usually I'm out on the ranch doing things like that, so when a country boy comes to town, it's an unusual experience, and I appreciate the honor. With that said, there's 3 ewes in here, and it's probably evident I keep bouncing between the 3 and gawking over them because I think they're so outstanding and of such high quality, and I wish I could give away 3 banners today, but I can't. But I want you to know that whoever gets left out, she is a one high-quality, great sheep, and again, she's going to do she's going to do you guys a great job down the road. And the 3 that I'm considering right now are the oldest ewe right here, the fall ewe lamb, and then the second place yearling ewe in the back. And we'll go name our champion, and then we'll name our reserve. Thanks.
Now ready for White Dorper flock. Our champion ewe goes to entry 96, first place yearling ewe, Riverwood 6136, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. The reserve champion White Dorper ewe went to entry 93, second place yearling ewe, S-Bar T Livestock G289, S-Bar T Livestock, Gulfway, Texas. Again, now ready for White Dorper flock to the ring. placing on the White Dorper flock class. First in the flock goes to Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Second in the flock goes to S. Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. The winner of our Premier Exhibitor Award goes to the University of Kentucky at Versailles, Kentucky for the White Dorper Show. Now ready to show Supreme Champion Ram for the Dorpers. So we need the Dorper Champion Ram and the White Dorper Champion Ram in the ring at this time. Now ready to show Dorper, White Dorper, Supreme Champion ewes. So we'll need the champion of both groups. Our Supreme Champion ram went to entry 3. Our Dorper champion out of the yearling ram class from the Dorper show, Lone Star 1415 Remus, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for Supreme Champion ewe. Supreme Champion ewe for the Dorper White Dorper Show is 96 out of the White Dorper Show. She's the first place yearling ewe, Riverwood 6136, Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. That does conclude our National Regional Dorper White Dorper Show today. Our judge has been Wesley Glass of Sterling City, Texas.
think as I evaluate these two ewes, I very much appreciate them for being similar in their type and kind. They're ewes that you certainly have to appreciate for some extension and some length about them. I think as you really evaluate them, it really becomes down to, you know, probably some personal preference. And to me, there's a tremendous amount of female in the ewe that starts. I mean, just look at her. There is female in her. You see it in her head, you see it in her neck, you see it in her shoulder design. She may not be just as muscular down her top and out of her hip as the ewe that's in second, but I really appreciate that extra added length about her, the femininity that she has. And I think for me, as you get her on the move, really a deciding factor is how she handles herself in her neck-shoulder junction. As you evaluate her there, as she comes into the top of her shoulder, I believe just a little more correct, particularly on the move, than the ewe that's in second. Certainly the ewe that is in second probably has a little more look to the type of show ring that many of the people are evaluating shows today like. She has probably a little more weatherly look, you could say. I just would probably like to see her on the move just come just a little more freer off of her front end. You have to like her length. I'd like to just give her just a notch more boldness as you carry her rib all the way through. Extremely stout-made individual that you have to appreciate a lot of things about her. I think it's close between third and fourth, and as you evaluate the two ewes, there is a little smaller made ewe in the ewe in third, but I think as you evaluate them, they're similar in their product as you get behind them. A little nicer constructed ewe through her front end in the ewe than three than the ewe that's in fourth. A powerfully constructed ewe in fourth. Probably the most naturally ribbed ewe that has the most shape and expression of rack of any of the ewes in here. She just doesn't balance quite as well as you get behind her in her pin set and through her center and lower leg. But just probably, I mean, truth be known, the ewe that has the most center mass to her, and I appreciate that about her. Both those ewes in fourth and fifth are pretty similar in their structure, in their design up through their shoulder. The ewe that is in fifth is certainly a little longer necked and comes out higher in her neck-shoulder junction. She doesn't travel like from her hock to ground. A little just comes in a little narrower in her hock and not quite as straight as the ewes ahead of her, but an excellent ewe that just simply has more length. And I think on the move also just comes better in her shoulder and structure design than the ewe that comes up in six, who is longer and has more performance. But I think on the move is where I'd like to see that ewe handle her top better and through her shoulder. Nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
Nice shed of Shetland yearling rams to start the show this afternoon. Starting up here with this ram, just a beautiful fleeced ram. He carries that crimp from front to back and up the side. Just a tremendous fleece on this sheep. Beautiful touch as well. Very correct on his feet and legs. I really appreciate the overall structure of his horns. They're out away from that head, but having a nice curl. Just a nice, complete ram to start the show with. The ram in second, a little bigger frame kind of a ram. I really appreciate that about him. I'd like to lengthen him out, make him a little thicker as I handle him down the top, but another nice fleeced ram. Certainly doesn't have quite the crimp and touch that I've got in the first place ram, but another ram that I think follows into second very nicely. The ram in third, again, another nice fleeced ram. I'd like to change his structure a little bit. He wants to pull in from behind more than I like to see, but certainly a beautiful crimp to this fleece. Closing the class with a nice double-coated ram. I really appreciate that about him. I appreciate the overall style and length correctness about this ram, but we got a real problem with those horns that going into that head. It's just obviously it could be a fatal thing if we don't do something with it, but he's fourth today for that reason. Thank you.
For the Shetlands, now ready for Senior Ram Lamb for the Shetlands. And for the Southdowns, we're now ready for pair of ewe lambs, Placing on the Shetland class of yearling rams, first place goes to entry 4, JQ, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to entry 3, Liberty Acres Pavlov, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry number 2, Elizabeth Lovett. And 4 to entry number 1, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Over on the Southdown side, placing on the March class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 259, 5142, J. Lee Oldenburg of Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 228, Forsey E15180, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to 230, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Fourth to entry number 261, KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 224, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Sixth place to entry number 248, Forsey Southdowns, Morgan and Preston Forsey of Owenton, Kentucky. Seventh place to entry number 238, Lane and Drew Heffelfinger of Columbus, Indiana. 8 to entry number 253, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 9 to 225, Lane and Drew Hoflinger of Columbus, Indiana. And 10 to entry 246, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri.
We have two really nice fall ram lambs out here in the Shetland show this afternoon. Starting up here with this black-faced ram, a really long handling ram. He's very correct on those feet and legs, moves out real free and easy. Again, a nice crimp to that fleece, an excellent touch, beautiful headed ram. And in second, we've got one just a little more refined kind of a made ram, a little giving up some length to side, length to hind saddle, but certainly another nice ram. Certainly you have to appreciate the touch to that fleece and that second place ram. Thank you.
Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Shetlands, first place to entry 6, Liberty Acres Ernie, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 5, Liberty Acres Alvin, also Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Now ready for early spring ram lambs. Judging our Shetland show today is Ed Julian of Rootstown, Ohio. Ed is retired from the agribusiness industry. He raises Katahdins. He's had the Supreme Champion here at the North American in 2004 with the ram. He raised and has shown 88 champions and reserve champions at the North American over his career. And he's raised and sold an additional 37 champions and reserve champions for other breeders. Let's welcome Ed Julian to your Shetland show. For the Southdowns, your next class will be for junior champion and reserve junior champion. So we need the first and second place animals from the 4 spring lamb classes at this time. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First goes to Forsey Southdowns, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to J. Lee Oldenburg of Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 4 to Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to Lane and Drew Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. 6th place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 7 to John David Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. And 8 to Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas.
January on the far end. Certainly it's a powerfully constructed ewe that you have to very much appreciate for the width and dimension she has. A ewe that with that power has a tremendous amount of length to her. Maybe a ewe that you get her on the move, you just like to probably just have her come a little better into her shoulder junction as she comes. Must be really critical of a tremendously stout-made ewe that you have to appreciate for her width and dimension. The ewe that comes up in the second class, our early Februaries, is one that is probably as naturally big a volume type of ewe that you have to work with out here. And with that, she just has easily the most rack shape of any of the ewes that we have out here of these 8. She is really natural in that area. Now with that, you get probably a couple things you'd like to change about her, particularly she's a little thicker at the base of her shoulder. She's a little thicker through the center part of her, right through as you study her over the point of her shoulder. And I like to just make her come a little wider on either side of her pin setting. But a naturally stout-made ewe that as you compare her to the ewe that was in second, you can see the natural width she has, and a ewe that just moves better as she goes. The ewe that comes out of our late February class, I commented on her just being a super feminine made ewe, a ewe that balances quite well, a ewe that is very hard to fault as you evaluate her and study her, especially in her neck shoulder junction, as she comes up through her neck, and then as you study about her head, it should be a little darker pigmented, but that's being very critical of something that's probably going to go on and produce some certainly fabulous females as she goes. And then her March ewe and her 2 March ewes, and I think as you see them stand there, you can quite see what I mean. You study the head and you study the shoulder juncture, and certainly this later March ewe is just maybe not as heavy boned and structured as some would like to see, but I travel a lot, and my wife and boys have to lamb ewes, and it never goes well when they're pulling lambs at home. And so I think we got to be very careful of what we do with these sheep and how wide we make them and how constructed we make them. And we think first a little bit about how functional they are, and I think she's a very functional type of ewe. With that, I'm going to use your late February ewe in front of me. Congratulations, and followed by the March.
We have really a deep quality class of Shetland ram lambs out here. I'm starting up here with a ram lamb that's probably the heaviest boned, the heaviest handling kind of a lamb, very correct on his feet and legs. I really like the fleece on this lamb, the beautiful headed sheep, beautiful touch to the fleece. He moves out just really nice and easy. I think we've got a real close second place ram here, a little different kind of sheep. I would probably grant that maybe I prefer the fleece on the second place ram over the one that wins the class. But as he treks around the ring, I really fault him on those front feet as he moves. He's a little soft on him today to suit me, but a really, really powerful lamb in his own right. A pretty fleece sheep here in third and fourth. They have excellent crimp to them. They've really nice touch, good feel to those fleeces, nice headed rams. They're just giving up. They're just not as much tuned relative to these top 2 rams to get any higher, but certainly really a strong pair of lambs. Ram in fifth, still starting to give up some overall length and height and scale, and when I handle him, he's giving up some overall thickness and length of loin. But another nice balanced ram in his own right. Thank you.
The junior champion ewe went to entry 214 out of the late February ewe lamb class. Northern Star Livestock Service 15124, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. For the Southdown's Reserve Junior Champion ewe, it was 259. The March and later ewe lamb first place animal, 5142 J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Again, now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Placing on the class of Shetland Early Spring Ram Lambs. First to entry 12, Midsummer Jinx, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to entry 9, Windswept Link, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third to entry 10, Joe and Alex Ludlam. 4 to entry 7, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 5 to entry 13, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. 6th place to entry 8, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 7 to entry 11, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana.
Well, an exceptional show here as we get out here to pick your champion ewe, and I really, humbled by doing this because it is you have a tremendous amount of breeders, and that's just represented throughout the show today. What they brought you to evaluate and look at, and then make some decisions on for your own program. You can see that, and I very much compliment him, and it's very humbling from that. I told Gary that. When I was asked to do this, my boys just have 20 ewes. There's a lot of people that breed them and live with them every day, day in out, would do a tremendous more job than me. But I think that as it goes, you have a little tougher time getting to the end. But I'm pleased with these 4 ewes as we get them out here to the end, as well as when you got them out here for the buck. And I think these 2 ewes, I think, exemplify a little bit where I would see and what the breed can do. And certainly, as you think about where you want to go in the future, these ewes have the potential, I think, to take you there with some skeletal correctness, some design, and a lot of neatness about them. We've had Southdowns for maybe about 10, 12 years now, and one of the reasons we got into them was because the late Hilton Briggs always was so well respected as a judge and working with Southdowns, and he did a tremendous amount to help this breed, to bring a lot of integrity to it. And I think you have, as a breed, a lot of things to think about as you go forward, and decisions you got to make where you go through. And I hope I passed on a little bit of what I think you should do with the breed as you go. This senior yearling is really intriguing to me. I've always probably had a little lighter colored flock than maybe what's needed, and so maybe I get a little critical on her being a little dark, but you know, she may have lighter ones when she's mated, and those things are easy to fix. I think you just evaluate her from the ground up. She's very sound in her structure. She's wide in her makeup, good in her rib shape and design, and I think what's so impressive about her is just this extra added length that she has. I mean, that's one thing as you get into the middle grunt of these ewe classes where we probably could have gained a little, is to have a little length, and she has that. And if you look at her length of hip, the width in her pin setting, and the shape she has down, that's pretty impressive. An impressive ewe to evaluate. This late February ewe lamb is also one. I mean, I think as you evaluate her, you got to see the potential that she has as a tremendous brood ewe going down the line, just to be a sound, functional, fault-free type of individual that, like the ewe that's ahead of her, is so nicely constructed in her makeup, up through her design and in her head, and how she sets down on her feet and legs. Maybe not just as far of a reach in some of the muscle that we see and the overall length that you see in your senior champion, but one that is equally as good in being fault-free in her makeup. And that's not taking anything away from these sheep that are in the back. I really appreciate that senior yearling, and that was reserved because of her stoutness and width and dimension. She is one that you certainly have to like from that standpoint for her added width. And then the march I've talked about a lot, as she fits in here quite well with these overall ewes. But an excellent set. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think also you got to thank the show management here at the Nile. They've done a tremendous job of keeping the show going for you, and I think they've reassured you that this will go on for many years, and so very appreciative of all that they do. So with that, I'll select your champion and reserve you.
Grand Champion ewe for your National Southdown show goes to entry 214. Our junior champion out of the late February ewe lamb class, Northern Star Livestock Service 15124, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve grand champion goes to 125, our senior champion ewe, first out of the senior ewe lamb class, Pleasant Springs 7070, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready for best breed character ewe. Best breed character ewe for the Southdowns.
Another nice class of Shetland ram lambs out here to evaluate this afternoon. Starting up here with this black lamb, just really a fancy lamb. He's beautiful headed. I love the structure of that head and the set of that structure of those horns. When I handle him, he handles certainly really fresh. Beautiful, beautiful black cramp to that fleece. Very, very correct on his feet and legs. In this class, we've got sheep that's got a lot of different lengths of wool. We've got some that maybe has been on just a little bit too long. We've got some that have been sheared very recently. So it makes for an interesting way to approach to evaluating these fleeces. But certainly there's enough wool here I can see. The rams in second and third, really nice, nice handling, very correct, made nice heads on these sheep. They can't win the class today because of those fleeces are just starting to mat up a little bit to suit me. But overall, just really strong ram lambs in my mind. They're in second and third. A real fresh lamb here in fourth, very short fleeced. Certainly enough to evaluate, but really a nice handling down the top of this ram, very correct on his feet and legs. I'd like to give him a little more length aside to get any higher, but certainly a real fresh, youthful appearing ram. The ram in fifth. Again, we're getting back to another ram that's got that fleece has been under quite a while. It's starting to mat a little bit and makes it a little more difficult to fairly evaluate that fleece, and it affects the touch as well. Closing the class with a couple of lambs down here, short fleeced lambs. Certainly they're not there because of the length of their fleece, but it makes it more difficult to sort through them fairly, to see what really is going to grow out when I'm looking at these lambs. But certainly a nice class of ram lambs. Thank you.
Now ready for pair ram lambs. Placing on the late spring ram lamb class, first place to entry 20, Liberty Acres Eagle, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 14, Windswept Plu Pumpkin, shown by Joe and Alex Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third to entry 15, Joe and Alex Ledlam. 4 to 16, Anna Hopkins. 5 to entry 19, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 6 to entry 17, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 7 to entry 18, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. The winner of the Best Breed Character ewe for the Southdowns is entry 203, A&M 57156, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Now ready for the flock class. Southdown flock to the ring, please. Now ready for on the Shetland side to select Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the pair class of pair Ram Lambs for the Shetlands, first place to Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second place to Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And third to Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Again, now ready to show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the flock class for the National Southdown Show, first place in the flock goes to Adriana Winland of Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Morgan and Preston Forsey, Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third in the flock, Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. That does conclude our National Southdown Show. Our judge has been Kelly Bruns of North Platte, Nebraska. 5-minute call, yearling rams for for the Border Cheviots. 5-minute call, Border Cheviot yearling rams.
I think in this champion drive in the Shetland Ram Show this afternoon, we've got some really strong candidates out here from every class. But today, the champion Shetland Ram is going to be the first place early spring lamb. Reserve champion will be the second place early spring lamb.
Grand champion ram for the Shetland Show came from the early spring ram lamb class, entry 12, Midsummer Jinx, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. The reserve grand champion was second in that early spring ram lamb class, Windswept Link, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Now ready for early yearling ewes. Shetland early yearling ewes, please.
Two really nice early yearling ewes out here in the Shetland show this afternoon. You know, side view at 30 feet, they're very, very similar in their makeup and kind, and structurally when you handle them, that would be the case. When you part to fleeces, things change considerably in my mind. I'm starting the class with a ewe that's just got a beautiful crimp to that fleece as I work it from front to side to back and up that side, just a really a strong crimp to that fleece. The ewe in second, certainly a nice fleece, a nice touch to the fleece, a nice handling fleece. But I'm giving the nod to the ewe that I think probably has a little more crimp and youthfulness and usefulness to that fleece than the Raymond or the ewe in second. Thank you.
Placing on the Shetland early yearling ewe class, first place to entry 23, Windswept Crumpet, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 24, Sammy Ludlam's Sabata, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Now ready for late yearling ewes. Judging our national Cheviot show today is Doris Powell of Rome, Pennsylvania. Doris raises Shropshires and Rambouillet sheep She's been involved in the sheep industry all her life, exhibiting sheep at the local, state, and national levels. She's judged both the open and junior shows throughout the country, having the privilege of judging here at the North American several times. Let's welcome Doris Powell to your National Border Cheviot Show.
In this class of Cheviot yearling rams, I'm starting the class with a very nicely put together ram. When you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you. He's a very level topped ram. He's got a lot of thickness down through that top, very square out over that leg with a lot of thickness down through that lower leg. The ram I've got in second place, another big powerful ram, a ram I just like to change the way that he moves out on those back feet and legs to have him go up in that top notch today. The ram that I have in third place, another very long-sided ram, a ram that's very extended up through the front end, a ram that just doesn't have as much natural thickness down through that top as what I've got in my top two rams. The ram that I've got in fourth place, excuse me, another ram that's a very nicely put together ram, a ram that is a very thick-made kind of a ram that's just not as long a sided ram as what we've got in our top three. The ram that I've got in fifth place, another ram, just gives up some of that total dimension as far as thickness and body capacity from front to rear. I'd really like to maybe change the head on this ram to have him go up any higher. Thank you.
Almost.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 3, Spildy 3564, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 1, JW 5114, Templeton, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 4, Chad and Hannah Epley, Canal, Winchester, Ohio. 4 to entry 5, Chris Pinkney, Cayuga, New York. And 5 to entry 2, Roger and Connie Flynn, St. Joseph, Illinois.
Four nice yearling ewes out here in this Shetland show this afternoon, starting with a yearling ewe that's really correct, really heavy boned, handles nice down the top. Certainly, when you work with a fleece, it's a nice crimp, nice touch, just a really a nice balanced ewe to start with. Ewe in second, really a lot longer fleeced kind of a sheep, a little finer boned possibly, but really. Another nice handling ewe, and certainly a longer-sided kind of a ewe. Ewe in third. I really appreciate the crimp to this fleece. I'd like to have a little softer touch. It's doesn't handle as it's a little harsher handling for me today, but certainly a beautiful crimp to the fleece. Very correct on those feet and legs. She fits in 3 for me nice today. The ewe in fourth. In many ways, is my favorite ewe out here. I just love the fleece on this ewe. She did the crimp of the handle, the touch, everything. I just really like that about this sheep. I think she's very correct. Certainly, the fleece isn't too long. It's not stale. It's very fresh. But she has banged up her eye a little bit, and I just can't allow myself to make her any place but fourth today. But she's certainly worthy of all the kind words I just shared. Thank you.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes for the Shetlands, pair yearling ewes. Placing on the late yearling ewes for the Shetland show, first place goes to entry number 28, Clementine, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to 29, Liberty Acres Bree, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to 25, Elizabeth Levitt. And 4 to 27, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana.
In this fall Cheviot Ram Lamb, starting the class with, I feel, as a very nicely balanced ram, a ram that's a very long-topped ram. When you get your hands on him, he's got a lot of thickness down through that top that carries out right down through that lower leg. When he moves out on those feet and legs, he moves out with long strides and stands very well on those feet. The ram that I've got in second place, I think closely follows the pattern of my first place ram, another long-sided ram, a ram that has a tremendous amount of thickness down through that top and through that loin area, and another ram that moves out nicely on those feet and legs. The ram that I've got in third place, another ram, maybe not quite as thick a made kind of a ram that's more extended up through the front end, just not quite the thickness that I've got in my top two rams. The ram that I've got in fourth place, another ram that you really have to appreciate for the thickness that he has and the thickness that he's got down through the lower leg, a ram that just not as long as sided, not as long from that last rib back is what I've got in the top end of the class. Thank you.
For the Border Chevy, it's now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. Over on the Shetland side, we're now ready to go into senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs, please. Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first goes to entry 7, Martin, 761-09290. Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. Second to entry 6, Rickner, Ranker 2078 AI, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. Third to entry 8, Dusty Ranker, Stewartson, Illinois. 4 to entry 9, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Shetland class of pair yearling ewes. First place goes to Joe and Alex Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. And third to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana.
He moves out very nicely on those feet and legs. For the reserve champion, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to use our yearling ram, just another very nicely put together ram. Thank you.
Placings for the senior champion ram for the National Border Cheviot Show goes to entry number 7, the senior ram lamb, Martin, 761-09290. 09290, Bud Martin and Family, Willard, Ohio. The reserve senior champion ram is entry number 3, first place out of the yearling ram class, Spildy 3564, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
No, you're keeping.
In this Shetland fall ewe lamb class, got 3 nice lambs out here, all a little different in my mind. I'm starting with a real correct ewe, certainly a nice even fleece, very straight in her makeup, and I think wins the class pretty easily. We've got the dark lamb or ewe lamb here in second, certainly another nice growthy lamb. I'd just like to change the fleece a little bit on her to get her up in the first hole, but certainly a nice ewe. Closing the class with a little shorter sided kind of a lamb, probably not going to get around these two as far when they're grown out, and maybe a little more variation than I like to see in these fleeces, but 3 nice ewe lambs in the class. Thank you.
Now ready on the Shetland ring for early spring ewe lambs. Shetland early spring ewe lambs. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 31, Liberty Acres Ezzy, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second to 33, Windswept Impa, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And third to entry 32, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana.
In this class of intermediate ram lambs, I'm starting the class with a ram that's a very long-sided ram. He's very extended up through the front end. He's very clean in that shoulder. I really like the way that that neck and that shoulder blend in together. And when you get your hands on him, he's very thick down through that loin area and down through that lower leg. The ram that I've got in second place, another ram, not quite as big a frame kind of a sheep as I've got in my top placing lamb, but another lamb that you really have to appreciate for the way that that neck and that shoulder blend in together into that body and the length of body that we've got in this lamb. The next lamb that I've got, another lamb, not quite as long as sided ram, a little deeper bodied ram, but a little shallower back there in that flank compared to our top two lambs, but another lamb that you have to appreciate for the thickness down through his top. The ram that I've got in fourth place, another ram that's a very extended ram, a ram that's very long-sided. I just like to put a little more muscle and mass in this ram to have him go up any higher today. Thank you.
Now ready in the Border Cheviot ring for junior ram lambs. Placing on the intermediate ram lamb class, first place to entry 12, Rinker 2093, Secretariat, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 13, Moore 961, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third to entry 10, Ron and Barb Yoakum, Townville, Pennsylvania. And 4 to entry 11, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois.
I think we've got a real strong class of early spring ewe lambs out here in the Shetland show this afternoon. Starting up here with this red ewe lamb, I really appreciate the overall squareness and the way she handles. When I work the fleece, really a nice crimp to the fleece, very even. I really appreciate that, and beautiful touch to the fleece. Certainly, I think a real strong ewe. Many of the same things can be said about the ewe in second. Maybe you have to have favorites as far as color in these fleeces, and certainly this is really a flashy colored ewe. But I would say it's very close. I would think that maybe the preference in my mind today is over the ewe I use in first over her, but two really strong ewes. We get into another heavy boned, heavier made kind of a ewe in third. I'd like to see that fleece change that fleece a little bit as I get back into the britch and the lower side relative to the two ewes in front of her, but certainly ewe that's going to be a big stout ewe, I think, is a yearling. Again, we've got a real colorful ewe here in fourth. I just think that I think that I'm seeing. I realize I've studied the scorecard many times, and I know how it talks about all the variations being acceptable. But I notice that as you guys breed these things, that these fleeces are changing as you improve them, and I think to the better, and I think people should be rewarded for that. And I see more variation in this lamb than I like to see relative to the sheep in front of her. Closing the class with really a flashy, pretty little ewe lamb. This black, it's hard not to like her, but she's just giving up too much length of top, certainly, and evenness of fleece, and it's starting to mat a little bit. But 5 really nice ewe lambs. Thank you.
Now ready for Shetland late spring ewe lambs, Placing on the early spring ewe lamb class for the Shetlands, first place to entry 37, Christy Road, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to 34, Jaded, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to entry 36, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. 4 to entry 35, Joe and Alex Ludlam. And 5 to entry 38, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Again, now ready for late spring ewe lambs.
in our intermediate ram lamb class. I'm starting the class with a ram that I feel is a very nicely balanced ram. When you get your hands on him, he's just very complete from front to rear and top to bottom. He's got good breed character about the head. He's got a lot of thickness, and he's very deep in that loin down that top. And when you get your hands on him, and he moves out very nicely on those feet and legs. The ram that I've got in second place, a ram that looks like he's a smaller frame kind of a sheep, but a ram, when you get your hands on him, he percentages as well as our top placing ram. He's very long from that 13th rib back. He's got a lot of thickness down to that lower leg, and just another ram that moves out very nicely on those feet and legs. We've got a bigger frame kind of a sheep here in third place, but a ram that just gives up some of that total dimension when you get your hands on him. Not as thick a made down that top, not as thick down through that lower leg is what I've got in my two top placing lambs. The next lamb I've got, another lamb that's a very long-sided ram, another ram not quite as level topped as what he appears to be when you get your hands on him, another ram that has got some thickness down to the lower leg. Excuse me. The ram that I've got in fifth place, another ram, just not quite as level a top lamb, a lamb that's more piecey when you get your hands on him, gives up some of that total thickness out over that rump area, and just not as square-made kind of a ram. Thank you.
Now ready for Border Cheviot Slickshorn Ram Lambs, please. Slickshorn Ram Lambs. Then we'll show pair of Ram Lambs, followed by Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram.
Some real nice lambs out here in this late spring ewe lamb class in the Shetland show this afternoon. Starting with a ewe lamb that I think has a lot of length at top. Certainly moves real free and easy around the ring. I really appreciate that. I part the fleece. It's certainly a very acceptable Shetland fleece. Nice touch to it. Just a real nice complete package for me today. Ewe in second, a little shorter fleece, probably maybe a little more youthful kind of a ewe. And boy, she really profiles nice and very correct on those feet and legs. I just think she's given up a little bit of overall extension and length compared to that first place ewe. But I just think that this ewe's got a really neat future a year as she grows out into a yearling. Again, we've got a ewe in third and a ewe with a fair amount of extension. But when I start putting these fleeces, and I'm seeing some fleeces that to me aren't as fresh as I'd like to see them today. Certainly they're starting to mat up some and makes it a little more difficult, but certainly a ewe that's really long topped and really a growthy, correct kind of a lamb. Ewe in fourth, certainly a youthful appearing, youthful handling kind of a lamb. Again, I'd just like to give her a little more extension. The same thing could be said about the ewe in fifth, but two very, very correct, complete kind of lambs in their own right. Thank you.
For the Shetlands, now ready for pair of ewe lambs, please. Placing on the Border Cheviot class of junior ram lambs, first place went to entry number 18, Speldy, 3829, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 19, Martin, 761-09-297, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. Third to 16, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. 4 to entry 20, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. 5 to 22, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 6 to 17, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 7 to entry 24, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 8 to 23, Julie Resnick, Redmond, Washington. And 9 to 21, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placing on the Shetland class of late spring ewe lambs, first place to entry 40, Windswept Kirby, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to 42, Sunday, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to 39, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. 4 to 43, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 5 to entry 46, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 6 to 45, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 7 to 41, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana.
In our slick shorn ram lamb class, we've only got 2 out here, but 2 very nicely put together rams. I started that class with maybe a little smaller frame kind of a ram, but when you get your hands on him, he's a very complete package. He's tied in very well in the shoulder area, and he moves out very nicely on those feet and legs. The ram that I've got in second place, a ram that's a little more extended, a ram that's just, when he walks, he's a little more piecey. He doesn't hold himself together as tightly in that frame makeup as we move on the move. So 2 very nice ram lambs. Thank you.
Now ready for Border Cheviot pair of ram lambs, placing on the slick shorn ram lamb class. First to entry 27, Moore 982, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to entry 28, Martin 761, 09461, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. Again, now ready for pair of ram lambs.
I don't normally talk pair classes or group classes, rather. But in the Shetland show, obviously, there's a pair of ewe lambs. I've started with a pair that just match up in many, many ways, and they win the class. Then we've got a pair of really, really, really powerful ewes in my mind. But they don't pair up real good in my mind. They're second, but they are really a powerful pair of ewes. And again, we close the class with a pair that match up really nice. But I think we're not talking about, probably in my mind, the quality of the pair in front of them. You know, it says pairs. It doesn't say 2 good sheep. It says pairs. And so I've tried to balance that. And again, like I said, I don't normally talk groups, but I just felt like in this case something needed to be said to explain kind of what in the world I'm doing. Thank you.
Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Shetlands, first place goes to Joe and Alex Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second place to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And third to Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. We're now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. We'll need the first and second from the 2 yearling ewe classes, and first and second from the senior ewe lamb, early and late spring ewe lamb classes in the ring, please. For pair of Ram Lambs for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. Second place to Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. Third, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. And 5 to Paige Clyde of Greenville, Pennsylvania. Now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion Ram for the Border Cheviots. Class after this will be for grand champion and reserve grand champion Ram. For the Shetlands, we're now judging for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Your next class will be best fleece animal, then the flock class.
I think we've had a real strong ewe show out here in the Shetland show this afternoon. I want to commend all the class winners as they come out. You should be very proud of what you're doing and getting this with your various programs. Now you're going to understand, I think, why I had to comment about the pair ewe lamb class, because our champion ewe is going to be the first place early spring ewe lamb, and reserve champion is going to be the second place early spring ewe lamb. Thank you.
Grand champion ewe for the Shetland show is entry number 37 out of the early spring ewe lamb class, Christy Road, Anna Hopkins, and Anna is from Zionsville, Indiana. The reserve grand champion is entry number 34. Second place in that early spring ewe lamb class, Jaded, also shown by Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Now ready for best fleece. Best fleece is your next class, please.
For our junior champion ram, Once again, I think we've got some really nice rams out here, rams that are long-sided, the rams that have got some extension up through the front end when you analyze them. They've got some top in them, they got some lower leg in them today. Today I'm going to use our intermediate ram lamb for our junior champion. I just think he's a complete and total package when you get your hands on him. He's a very level topped ram. He's got a lot of thickness down to that lower leg, and I really like the breed character about his head. For the reserve champion, it gets a little tougher for me between our intermediate ram lamb and our second place junior ram lamb. Today I'm going to go up here and I'm going to use our intermediate ram lamb for our reserve junior champion. Thank you and congratulations.
Junior champion ram for the National Border Cheviot Show is entry number 18. First place in the junior ram lamb class, Spildy 3829, Cade Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion is entry number 12, first in the intermediate ram lamb class, Rinker 2093, Secretariat, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. We're now ready to show grand and reserve grand champion rams, so we need that junior champion and reserve along with our senior champion and reserve in the ring at this time.
Well, if I was an exhibitor, I'd certainly these would have been some of them I'd have brought back. That's for sure. There's some really nice fleeces out here, but there's one sheep here that's got a fleece on it that in my mind just really excels relative to the others, and it's going to be this ewe second from the end here with the young lady in the plaid. Thank you.
for our champion ram today, I think I've got 4 really nice rams out here to represent the Cheviot breed. Lambs or rams that are not real super extreme or anything, but rams that are real complete when you get your hands on them. They stand good on their feet and legs. They've got some thickness down to the top. When you look at their heads, they've got a good breed character about their heads. And now I'm going to go out, and I pretty much talked about these in class. I'm going to go out now, and I'm going to pick our champion and our reserve champion. Thank you.
Now ready on the National Border National Border Cheviot Show to show best-headed ram. Our grand champion ram for the Border Cheviot National Show is entry number 7, our senior champion ram. Senior Ram Lamb first place, Martin 761-09290, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion ram, entry 18, first in the junior ram lamb class, Spildy 3829, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Again, now ready for best-headed ram. Best fleece on hoof for the Shetland show came from the yearling ewe class, entry number 27, Huntress, shown by Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Placing for the flock class for the Shetland show, first place in flock goes to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And third place in the winner of our Premier Exhibitor Award is Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. That does conclude our Shetland show. Our judge has been Mr. Ed Julian of Ohio. For the Border Cheviot Show, our best-headed ram went to entry number 18, which was our junior champion and reserve grand champion overall ram out of the junior ram lamb class, Speldy 3829, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. We want to welcome our judge for the E.H. Mattingly National Montadale Show today, and that is Larry McDaniel of Greenfield, Indiana. Larry operates a hog farm. He also has a feed store there, and they raise Dorset sheep. Larry and his wife Dixie own McDaniel Ranch with Pole Dorsets. They've also raised Columbia sheep, and at one time, Larry grew up raising Suffolks and club lambs. Let's welcome Larry McDaniel to your E.H. Mattingly National Montadale Show.
Green Day, there it goes. Well, good afternoon, folks. It's a real pleasure to be here, Judge, your Montadale show today. A pretty difficult class for me to start out with. This ram we start with, love the extension on this ram. Love the width, the hip in him. I like seeing him with a few more pounds. I'm pretty sure he's been out breeding a few ewes. I like the color about his nose. Buck, I think, fits into first, not easily, but I think he belongs there today. Ram we've got here in second, another big, thick-made ram, a ram that has a lot of dimension to him. He's got some width to hip to him. I like that part about him. If he could track out a little different on his rear legs today, I think he'd beat this buck in front of him. Ram we have here in third, another buck that I like parts about this buck. I'd like to see a little more weight to him today, run with these guys, and then it could be another thing of a breeding issue like we're talking with our first place ram, but three pretty nice yearling rams.
Placing on the Montadale yearling ram class, first place to entry 3, Terrell Fleck in 28. Terrell Fleck Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. Second place to entry 2, Bruns 14009. Chad Bruns and Bruns Montadales, Herman, Minnesota. And third place to entry 4, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois.
Well, we've only got 2 entries here in our fall ram lamb class. The ram we use on top here, I think, comes to top pretty easy for me. He's pretty freewheeling around the ring. He's smoothed down his top. He's got some width and dimension without being overly conditioned for me. Ram we got in second here, another real big heart, or good doing ram. A ram that's got some dimension down from that last rib back. A ram that if he could travel just a little bit better off his rear legs, I'd get him up there in first today, but I think it's a nice class of buck lambs. Thank you.
Now ready for the Montadale ring to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. For the senior ram lamb class for the Montadales, first place to entry 5, Smith 1500, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 6, Bruns 1501, Chad Bruns and Bruns Montadales, Herman, Minnesota. Senior champion ram for the Montadales is entry number 3, our first place yearling ram, Terrell Fleck, in 28. Terrell Fleck, Montadales, Brookings, South Dakota. The reserve senior champion is entry number 5, our first place senior ram lamb, Smith 1500, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for January ram lambs. Montadale, January ram lambs, please. For the E.H. Mattingly National Montadale Show, there are a couple of special awards that are presented. The E.H. Mattingly Trophy is given for a lifetime of service to the founding and developing of the Montadale breed. It's presented to the exhibitor of the champion Montadale ram. And the Ann Gregory Trophy. This trophy is given in recognition of a lifetime of service to the Montadale Sheep Breeders Association as its secretary. And it is presented to the exhibitor of the champion Montadale ewe. Again, we're ready for January ram lambs. Montadale, January ram lambs to the ring, please. The American Cheviot Sheep Society will host a social gathering at the breed display area immediately following the Cheviot show today. Refreshments will be served.
I think we had a tremendous quality in this yearling ewe class, all the way from start all the way to the very bottom. Just a very strong class, as it normally is. Starting the class with a ewe that I feel is the most complete ewe. She's a very long-sided ewe. She's got some thickness down through her top. She's very long from that last rib back, and when she's on the move, she makes nice long strides, and she moves out very nicely on those feet and legs. The ewe that I've got in second place, another ewe, closely follows the pattern of our first place ewe. Maybe not quite as long as sided ewe. Maybe she doesn't handle quite as well out over that rump area as what I've got in my top placing ewe, but another ewe that you really have to appreciate her when you get your hands on her. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe that profiles very nicely. She moves out nicely. I'd really like to maybe change those back pastures a little bit, maybe make those a little stronger to have her go up any higher today. But a ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's a very nicely made, complete package kind of a ewe. The ewe that I've got in fourth place, a ewe that's a very tall-fronted ewe, a ewe that's maybe a little shallower back here in the flank area compared to my top three ewes. Just maybe not quite as tightly put together as what I've got in my top three ewes, but another ewe you have to appreciate for overall size and scale. The ewe that I've got in fifth place, another ewe that's a very complete made kind of a ewe that when you put this ewe on the side view, she's just not quite as long as sided ewe as what I've got in my top four ewes, but another ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's a very thick made, level topped kind of a sheep. Thank you and congratulations to you all.
Four really outstanding ram lambs out here in our January class. A tough decision on these rams. I really enjoyed handling them. Every one of these rams handles long. Every one of them handles very sound and smooth down their top lines. The ram I start with here, I think that's my deciding factor on him. From flank to flank and from head to tail, he's the longest ram we have out here. Really good width of hip on this ram. I like that part about him. I will admit that the ram here in second, I like his head a little bit better than what we have here in our first place ram. Second place ram, a real smooth handling ram down through his shoulder. I'll appreciate that a whole lot about him. He appeared to me that he wasn't going to handle that way when I put my hands on him. He really did. The ram we have here in third, this is a ram I thought I'd start with when he came out. I'd like to change his head a little bit. I'd like to change him over his rump structure. But for the circumference of bone, the size of foot he has on him, smoothest length, I think he's a pretty good sheep in his own right. I just don't think there's enough there today to get around these first two. Ram we have here in fourth, one of the longer handling rams from the last rib back, a ram that just gives up a little bit of smoothness up in his front end to get above these three above him today, but a real good class from top to bottom.
Placing on the January Ram Lambs for the Montadales, first place goes to entry 7, Jacobson 1512, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. Second to entry 8, Miller 15295, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. Third to entry 10, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. And four to entry 9, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Border Cheviots. First place to entry number 45, Kuykendall 884, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 40, McGuire 4766, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 31, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 33, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. 5 to 38, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 6th place to 44, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 7th place to entry 30, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 8 to entry number 47, Ron and Barb Yoakum, Townville, Pennsylvania. 9 to entry 34, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 10 to entry number 48, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois.
and our late junior buck lambs here in our Montadales today. Ram we start with here, I think, is the most upstanding ram. He's got some height in his chest floor, but he's still got some thickness to him. Smooth-shouldered ram, like the head on this ram. Ram we have here in second, another good ram. There's not a lot of difference in these two. I think when I get right down to it, I like the front end and an extension on this ram in first to beat this ram in second, but another nice headed ram here in second, too. Ram we have in third, I think, just naturally fits right in there with him. A ram that's the same kind of pattern, same kind of bone structure, walks the same. I think he fits pretty easily in third. We get into a big frame ram here in fourth hole. I started to like this ram, but I just like to see a little more to him at this development. I think he's going to grow up to be gigantic, but he's still not going to have a lot of muscle to him, a lot of thickness down his top. But you have to like this ram if you're trying to fix some parts and pieces. As far as getting some height in that cannon bone and forearm, this buck will sure do it for it. But a nice class of junior buck lambs.
In this slick shorn yearling ewe class, once again, I think we had a very strong class out here. Starting the class with a ewe that I think is the most complete ewe of the 5 that I've got out here. A ewe that I really like her head about her. She's got good breed character. She's dark in her points. Her ears are set where I really like to see them. And when you get your hands on her, she's really tied in together from front to rear. The ewe that I've got in second place, another ewe that's a very tightly made ewe, a ewe that's put together very nicely. She's very smooth out over that top, and that carries on down to that lower leg. The ewe that I've got in third place, a ewe that's perhaps a little bigger than those 2 ewes that I've got in first and second place, but a ewe that's just starting to be a little more piecey, not as tied tightly together as I've got in my top 2 ewes, but another ewe that you have to appreciate her for overall size and balance. The ewe that I've got in fourth place, another ewe, a little smaller frame kind of a ewe, but another ewe that's a very level-topped ewe, a ewe that's got some thickness down through that top when you analyze her. The next ewe I've got, another ewe, a little smaller in frame, not as big as these 4 ewes above her, but another ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's a very complete made kind of a sheep. Thank you.
For the Montadales, now showing pair of ram lambs, and for the Cheviots, now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the February and later born ram lambs for the Montadales, first to entry number 16, Smith 1520, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 11, Miller 15291, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. Third place to entry 13, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 4 to 17, Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to entry 14, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. And 6 to 12, Minter Montadales, Akron, Ohio. Placing on the slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Border Cheviot show. First place goes to entry 51, Martin 761-09662, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. Second to 53, Moore 943, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third to 52, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. 4 to 50, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5 to 54, Chad and Hannah Epley, Canal, Winchester, Ohio. 6 to 55, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. And 7 to 49, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. For the Montadales, the pair ram lamb class, first place goes to Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. Second, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. And third to Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Now ready to show junior champion and reserve junior champion ram for the Montadales. We'll follow that with grand and reserve grand champion ram.
I think we've got four nice representatives out here in our champion drive today. For me today, I don't need to talk about these rams individually again. I think this pair of junior champions are pretty competitive anywhere they'd be shown. They'll be your champion reserve today. Thank you.
Our grand champion ram for the Montadale show was our junior champion. Entry 7 out of the January Ram Lamb class, Jacobson, 1512, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion ram. Entry 16 out of the February and later born Ram Lamb class, Smith, 1520, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for yearling ewes. Yearling ewes to the ring, please. For the border Cheviots, we're now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class for the border Cheviots, first place to Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 4, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. 5, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. And 6, Triangle Farm, Muncie, Indiana. Again, now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs for the border Cheviots.
I think we have a super set of fall ewe lambs out here for me to analyze today. I think that they're really strong all the way from the top to the fifth one here. I'm going to start the class with a ewe that I feel is the most complete. She's a very level-topped ewe. She's very long from that last rib back. When you handle her, she's very thick. She's very deep down in that muscling in that lower leg, and when she moves out very smooth on those feet and legs. The ewe that I got in second place closely follows the pattern of our first place ewe, maybe just not quite as long in that hind saddle, not quite as thick a made kind of a ewe down to that lower leg is what I've got in my top placing ewe, but another ewe that you have to appreciate for the way that neck and that shoulder blended to the rest of her body. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe, not quite the extension up to the front end that I've got in my top two ewes, not quite the overall thickness. If I could change this ewe, maybe I'd raise that tail set a tad to have her go up a notch higher today. The ewe that I've got in fourth place, another ewe, not quite as long as sighted ewe, not quite the extension up to the front end as I've gotten my top three ewes, but another ewe that's a very complete made kind of a sheep. The ewe that I've got in fifth place, another ewe, she's starting to get a little fat on me today, I think a little over-conditioned for me. Just maybe not quite as long as sighted ewe is what I've got, but another very complete class of ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 59, Spildy 3760, Breezeview Farm at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second, 57, Rinker 2075, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place to 63, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. 4 to entry 60, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 58, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 6 to entry 61, Chris Pinkney, Cayuga, New York. And 7 to 62, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. Now showing for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe for the Border Cheviots. Need the second place out of the yearling ewes, that of Cade Spildy.
Wow, what a very nice set of yearling ewes. I want to commend you breeders on these are some of the nicest Montadale heads I've seen in a long time. They're very clean on their wool caps, dark noses, ears set right. I really like that part about them. There's some ewes standing down here that didn't make it into this side view that could win a lot of state fairs and county fair level fairs for sure. But the ewe I'm starting with here, just the smoothest handling ewe we have out here. Sound on her feet and legs, walks and tracks nice. Like I say, I like the head on this ewe. Lots of hip to her. I think she comes to the top pretty easy for me. My close placing here is in second and third. Both of these ewes, lots of dimension, I guess you want to call it. I think the ewe in third carry a little more condition than the ewe in second. The ewe I put in second probably could have won this class. I like her bone. I like the size of foot on her, the way she is on her pasterns. I'd like to tie her together just a little bit better. Right there, she comes out of her shoulders going back. That's the only reason that she's standing second whole today. Like I said, the ewe here in third may be the best headed ewe of all of them we have out here. I'd like to change this ewe the way she tracks. Other than that, she is huge hipped, long loin. I mean, a sheep that got to be up here in these top 2 and 3. But today I find her in third. The rest of these ewes, like I say, I want to talk them to death. I do, like I say, I want to appreciate the part that you guys brought these out with such nice heads on. They're fitted well. They're just good sound sheep, but a really good class of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
for our senior champion ewe today. We've got some, like I say, as I said before, we've got some real powerful ewes out here. Ewes that got good breed character. They move out nicely on their feet and legs when they're on the move, and just very complete kind of a sheep. Today for my senior champion ewe, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to use this yearling ewe. She's just a very powerful ewe. When you get your hands on her, she really doesn't disappoint you. For the reserve champion, I'm going to follow back here with our senior ewe lamb, just another very complete kind of a sheep. Thank you.
Placing for the senior champion ewe for the Border Cheviot show, we have entry number 45, the first place yearling ewe, Kuykendall 884, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion is entry 59 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Spildy 3760, Breezeview Farm at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Border Cheviot, intermediate ewe lambs to the ring. And we're ready for slick shorn yearling ewes for the Montadales. Placing on the fitted yearling ewes for the Montadales, first place goes to entry number 30, Benjamin, 1450, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Second to entry 22, Poppin P. 429, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Third to entry 20, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois. 4 to entry 29, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to 23, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. 6 to 24, Craig and Kendra Fleck. 7 to entry 21, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. 8th place to entry 31, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 9 to 25, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. And 10 to 27, Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin.
We've only got 4 entries here in our slick sheared class. You were starting with there, I think, is the cleanest made kind of ewe. She handles good down that top. she's got some length and dimension to her. I think she comes up here pretty easily. Next two ewes in line, ewes are really long-topped. Ewes, I'd like to take a little condition off of them today for this class, but at least it shows they can gain condition. So real nice class of slick yearling ewes.
Now ready for Montadale pair yearling ewes. Placings on this slick-sheared yearling ewe class for the Montadales. First to 35, Smith, 1422, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 34, Jacobson, 1430, Jacobson Ranch, LeGrand, California. Third to 33, Jacobson Ranch, and 4 to 32, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois.
In this intermediate ewe lamb class, I'll start in the class with a very complete make kind of a lamb that doesn't appear to be quite as long-sighted as my second place ewe, but she percentages very well, and the greater part of her is from the last rib back. The ewe that I've got in second place, another very youthful appearing lamb, a lamb that's got a lot of extension up through the front end, just not as much of this lamb, not quite as much thickness down through that lower leg as what I've got in my top placing lamb. The lamb that I've got in third place, another lamb, a lamb that starts to be a little deeper body than the top two lambs, a lamb not quite as long from that last rib back is what I've got my top two lambs, but another lamb that's got a lot of thickness down through that top and through that lower leg. The lamb that I've got in fourth place, another lamb that profiles very nicely. She has a lot of extension up through the front end. I like the way that her neck comes out of the top of her shoulders. She's just a very complete package, just not quite the size and scale to compete with these other three today. Thank you.
Now ready for junior ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots, and we're ready for senior ewe lambs for the Montadales. Placing on the Border Cheviot intermediate ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 65, Rinker 2092, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. Second to 67, Breezeview 172, Breezeview Farm at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 64, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. And 4 to 66, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Montadale show, first place to William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Second to Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. 4 to Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. 5 to Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin. And 6 to Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California.
Real interesting class here of fall ewe lambs. Lamb I start with here, I think, is the most well-balanced lamb we have out here as far as height and length, and puts it all kind of in a nice, smooth package, moves around the ring pretty freely for me. I think she goes into first. Ewe lamb here in second. This is an interesting sheep to me. She really handles good when you put your hands on her. She's got lots of width and dimension to her without being over-conditioned. A sheep I just don't think is quite going to be as neat a package and as big a package as what we see in our first-place lamb next year. The problem sheep for me is the ewe here in third. A blind man can see this is the biggest ewe out here. She gets a little piecey for me, I guess is a word for it. As she moves out and about, she doesn't quite hold herself together as well, but you have to admire her for her size and her length. She's sound on her feet and legs, but today she just kind of comes in a little bit of parts and pieces for me to get her any higher than that today. But real nice class of fall ewe lambs.
Now ready for Montadale, senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. Placing on the Montadale Senior Ewe Lamb class, first went to entry 38, Jacobson 1508, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. Second place to entry 42, Clayman 1517, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. Third to 37, Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 36, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. 5 to 41, Melissa Pinckney, Cayuga, New York. 6 to entry 39, Chad Bruns and Bruns Montadales, Herman, Minnesota. 7 to 40, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. Senior champion ewe went to entry number 30. First place fitted yearling ewe, Benjamin 1450, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. The reserve senior champion went to our second place fitted yearling ewe, entry 22, Poppin P429, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
In this junior ewe lamb class, I'll start in the class with a very complete kind of a ewe. When you get your hands on her, she's a very level-topped ewe. She's got a lot of thickness down through her top and through her loin, and carries out very deep down through that lower leg. The ewe that I've got in second place, another ewe that profiles very, very nicely, just not quite as thick a make kind of a sheep, not as much natural thickness down through that lower leg as what I've got in my top placing ewe, but another very complete ewe. The ewe that I've got in third place, a ewe that doesn't look like she's quite as long as what I've got in my top two ewes, but a ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's very long in that hind saddle, very long in that loin, with a lot of thickness down through that top. The ewe that I've got in fourth place, another ewe, a ewe that is a very short, she's probably the shortest loined ewe of any of the ewes out here in the class, but a ewe that's a very complete made ewe that's got a lot of thickness down through her top. The next ewe I've got, another ewe that just gives up some of that total dimension from front to rear that I've got in these top ewes. Thank you.
Excellent class of January ewe lambs here today. Lamb I'm starting with here, I thought she would be my first place when she walked out, and she didn't disappoint me. Really smooth handling ewe. The best docked ewe we have out here. I'll give you this much. The two ewes in second, third are longer bodied. They're longer from flank to flank. I don't think they're as good, like I say, from the hooks to the pins. I like the femininity about this ewe up here in the front. She's right up on her toes. I think she comes to the top pretty easy for me. Our close placing here is in second and third. Both these ewe lambs are really long bodied, like I said before. The ewe here in second, I think she's a little smoother up through her front end. Not as big a bone as this ewe we have in third. Ewe in third, like I say, I really like the length of this ewe. I'd like to straighten her up from the hooks to the pins to get her up any higher today, but I don't think she can go any lower than this. Ewe we have here in fourth, a ewe that I liked her when she came out, and more I analyzed her. She gets a little bit shallow for me for what we see in these other four sheep, but she is really long. She really is a nice-headed ewe. Stands up there on that feet and legs like you want her to. Ewe has just got some extension to her, and I think she's going to make a big yearling ewe if she doesn't stay a little too shallow. Ewe we have here in fourth, another real long-topped ewe. A ewe that's not cooperating real well on the show side part of it today, but a ewe that I think you have to commend her for her length. She's got some natural thickness to her. I think she has to be in this top 5 today, but a real good class of January ewe lambs.
For the Montadales, now ready for February ewe lambs. Placing on the border Cheviot class of junior ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 76, Moore 970, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place, entry number 68, McGuire 5049, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to 79, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 70, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. 5 to 72, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 6th place to 75, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. 7 to entry number 69, David Allen, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry 74, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. 9 to 81, Ron and Barb Yoakum, Townville, Pennsylvania. And 10th place to entry number 77, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Montadale show. First to 49, Miller, 15-314, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. Second to entry 45, Jacobson, 1511, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. Third to entry 52, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 4 to 46, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. 5 to 50, Chad Bruns and Bruns Montadales, Herman, Minnesota. 6 to 51, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. 7 to 44, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. 8 to 47, Mentor Montadales, Akron, Ohio. And 9 to 43, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky.
in this slick shorn ewe lamb class. I'll start the class with a very nicely put together ewe, a ewe that's got some extension up through the front end, and when you get your hands on her, she's got a lot of thickness down through that top. She's very long from that last rib back. The ewe that I've got in second place, she doesn't want to show very well today, but another very long-sided ewe, a ewe that's just maybe a little greener today than what I've got in my top placing ewe, but another ewe that's got a lot of extension up through that front end. The ewe that I've got in third place, another ewe that's got a lot of thickness down through her top, very square out over and level out over that rump area, just not quite as long in that hind saddle as what I've got in my top two ewes. I've got another ewe in fourth place that's got a lot of natural thickness in her. She's very deep in her loin, very deep in that in that lower leg, just not quite the overall length of body that I've got in my top three ewes. The ewe that I've got in fourth place, another ewe with some extension up through the front end. I just like to have a few more pounds on her today to have her get up a notch. And the next ewe I've got another ewe, not quite as long as sided ewe, just maybe like to straighten that top up and level that rump out to have her go any higher today. Thank you.
For the Border Cheviots, now ready for a pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the class of slick shorn junior ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots. First place to entry 86, Moore 973, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to entry 87, Rinker 2112, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 85, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. 4 to entry 91, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to 89, Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. And 6 to entry 90, Karen Vozerick of Fowler, Michigan.
Our February ewe lambs here on our Montadale side. Ewe lamb we're starting with here, I think, comes to the top pretty easy for me. She's just super well balanced. She's smooth. She's good on her feet and legs. I think she's a pretty easy winner. The ewe lamb we have here in second, interesting ewe lamb. I really like her up through her front end. She's really feminine. She just kind of profiles the way you like for them to look. I just don't think there's quite as much to her today as this ewe lamb we've got above her as far as dimension and length to get her any higher than that. Pair of ewe lambs here give me a little problems the more I thought about them here in third and fourth. This lamb in third, she's not one to show very well. She's trying to suck her head down to her shoulders, and it's not very attractive for her. But I will admit, she's got to be the longest ewe lamb out here in the class. I like that part of her. Ewe lamb here we have in fourth. Another ewe lamb that, boy, you really like the bone, the way she stands on her feet and legs. She's got a nice head on her. I'd like to clean a little bit of that smut up on the back of her legs, on her rear legs, but I don't think that's the end of the world. I still think she's a good sound sheep and deserves to be up in these top five. But a real nice class of ewe lambs.
For the Montadales, now ready for the March and later born ewe lambs. March and later ewe lambs, please. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Montadales, first place to entry 55, Benjamin 1512, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Second to 59, Smith 1521, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 57, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 4 to 58, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to entry 54, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. 6 to entry 53, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. And 7 to 56, Minter, Montadales, Akron, Ohio. For the pair of ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots, placings are Dusty Rinker, first place, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. And 6 to K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. Now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion ewe.
Really hate to put anybody last in this class because these are 5 pretty nice ewe lambs. Lamb we start with here, obviously a pounds heavy lamb of what we got out here, but I really like the length of this ewe. She handles long, she appears long. She's got a nice head to her, sound on her feet and legs, moves out fairly free. Ewe lambs we got here second, third, a little closer to me. Ewe lambs that are a little fresher appearing, a little bit more shortness of sight is what I'm going to say to get around this big ewe in front of them. That's going to be their reasoning today. The ewe lamb we have here in second, another really super nice headed ewe, a ewe that handles really good. When you handle her down her top line, she's straight as a die. Her shoulder blends in smooth. I think she fits in nice. Little ewe lamb here in third. I really like this lamb. If I could lengthen her out a notch, she'd win this class. I mean, she handles really smooth. She's really fresh. I think she's sound on the move. I think she belongs in third there, even though she's not one of the ones that's the biggest in the class. Ewe lambs we have down here in fourth and fifth, both sound lambs, handle good. They just ran a little deep water here with these 3 above them today to get any higher. Thank you.
Now ready for Slick Shorn ewe lambs for the Montadales. Slick Shorn ewe lambs for the Montadales. Placing on the March and later born ewe lambs for the Montadales. First to entry 63, Jacobson, 1520, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. Second place to entry 70, Miller, 15311, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. 3 to 67, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 64, Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to entry 66, Minter Montadales, Akron, Ohio.
For our junior champion ewe today, I think once again we've got a nice set of females out here, good breed character about their heads, and a lot of thickness down through their top and lower leg. Today I'm going to use our intermediate ewe lamb, or junior ewe lamb here for our junior champion ewe. Just a very nicely put together ewe. When you get your hands on her, she's got a lot of thickness down through that top and very clean made up through the front end. For the reserve champion, it gets a little tougher in my mind between our second place ewe lamb, junior ewe lamb. That was a really tough class, and our intermediate ewe lamb. Today I'm going to go over and I'm going to use our second place ewe lamb for our junior champion. Thank you.
Junior champion ewe for the Border Cheviots goes to entry 76. First in the junior ewe lamb class, Moore, 970, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. The reserve junior champion was second in that junior ewe lamb class, entry 68, McGuire, 5049, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now need to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Following that, we will do best headed ewe, then mixed pair of lambs, and then your flock.
Exhibitors made my job pretty easy here. They lined them up the way I would line them up. The ewe lamb we start with here, I think, is pretty easy winner. Ewe lamb walks out nice. She's smooth. She handles long. She's the type of sheep I like to look at. Ewe lamb we've got here in second, another ewe lamb that's a smoother design. Got some length of body to her. She has to go in a second for me. The ewe lamb we've got in third here is a good sheep also. She's just not quite as long, quite as smooth as what we've got above her today, but a nice class of slicks today.
For the Montadales, now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the slick-shorn ewe lamb class for the Montadales, first went to entry 72. Smith, 1518, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 73, Jacobson, 1524, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. And third to entry 71, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois.
For our champion ewe today in this Cheviot show, we've got some nicely balanced ewes that have got good breed character about their heads. They're long-sided. They've got some thickness to them. And I just think that they're kind of a complete package. That's kind of what I'm looking for when I'm looking for my sheep out here. They don't have to necessarily be the biggest for me, but I really like to have them complete in my mind. So now I'm going to go out and I'm going to pick out our champion followed by our reserve. Thank you.
Grand Champion ewe for the National Border Cheviot Show goes to entry number 45. Our Senior Champion ewe, first in the yearling ewe class, Kuykendall 884, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. The Reserve Grand Champion to entry number 59, which was our Reserve Senior Champion. First in the Senior ewe lamb class, Spildy 3760, Breezeview Farm at Glen, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Montadale class a pair ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Montadales, first place goes to Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. Second place to Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third to Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. 4 to William Poppin, DeSmet, South Dakota. 5 to Chad Bruns and Bruns Montadales, Herman, Minnesota. 6th place to Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. 7 to Minter Montadales, Akron, Ohio. And 8th place to Westwind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. Now showing for Junior Champion ewe. Following that, we will do Grand Champion ewe and then flock. For the Border Cheviots, we're now ready for Best Headed ewe. Best Headed ewe for the Border Cheviots. For the Montadales, our junior champion ewe went to entry 55. The first place February ewe lamb, Benjamin 1512, Jacob Benjamin of Wilmington, Illinois. The reserve junior champion went to 49. First place in the January ewe lamb class, Miller 15314, Miller Farms, Bruce, South Dakota. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Grand and reserve grand champion ewe. We need the junior champion in reserve along with the senior champion in reserve in the ring at this time. On the border Cheviots, we're finishing up best headed ewe. Your next class will be mixed pair of lambs, and then the flock class. For the border Cheviots, our best-headed ewe is entry number 68 out of our junior ewe lamb class, McGuire 5049, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now showing mixed pair. Mixed pair is your next class.
Well, I'm real happy to look at these 4 females out here today. I think I got 4 that look alike. I think they're functional. They'll be good ewes on down the road for these folks. And I just want to say how much I really enjoyed judging your show today. I'm not going to talk anymore after this, but I think it's just pretty tough to get around these 2 senior champions. I think these are 2 awful nice yearling ewes, and they'll be your champion reserve today.
For the Montadale Grand Champion ewe, it goes to entry number 30, our senior champion ewe. First place in the yearling ewe class, Benjamin 1450, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. The reserve grand champion goes to entry 22, our reserve senior champion ewe. Out of that same yearling ewe class, Poppin, P429, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. For the Montadales, now showing flock. The flock class is in the ring. Montadale flock to the ring, please. Placing on the Border Cheviot mixed pair class. First place goes to Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. Second place to Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 4, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 5, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 6, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. And 7 to Ron and Barb Yoakum, Townville, Pennsylvania. Now ready for the flock class. Border Cheviot flock, please. Placing on the flock class, first in the flock goes to Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Second in the flock to William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Third in the flock, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Montadale National Show is Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. That does conclude our National Montadale show. Our judge has been Larry McDaniel of Indiana. American Cheviot Sheep Society will host a social gathering at the breed display area immediately following this Cheviot show today. Refreshments will be served. placing on the Border Cheviot flock class for your national show. First place goes to Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for your national Border Cheviot show is Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place in the flock, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Fourth, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. And fifth to Bud Martin and family, Willard, Ohio. That does conclude our National Border Cheviot show. Our judge has been Doris Powell of Pennsylvania.